live in New Zealand, they live in Australia, and they came to support the Filipinas. So aside from the supporters, of course, the families like the players have made so many sacrifices to allow next video, not that one yet, to allow the girls to be here. So I also want to thank the families for making this happen, for providing the support. And then, of course, the PFF leadership, Nonong Araneta, the president, the SecGen, Edwin Gastanes, the rest of the crew that make up the support behind the team, Coach Belay, of course, and the doctors. My sister-in-law is actually one of the team doctors, Dr. Phil Kainglet. And then we want to thank also POC for the support, the president for the support, but I want to thank our dear colleagues for the support, because not only by cheering, but really through funding. And I hope Alan is reminding me about the manager, pero binati ko na, but he deserves another mention. Jeffrey Cheng, who really makes this happen. Salamat talaga for your, I mean, they could have pulled out anytime, pero all the way till the end, ang support talaga ni Jeff. And, you know, in the US, colleagues, very little, if not zero support ang government. No, they take care of infrastructure, but it's really generous patrons who provide the support, and Jeffrey Cheng is one of them. Again, thank you so much, Jeff. Super. So I hope I didn't forget anything, because I will end, as I was saying, I need to recognize that in the Senate, with our leadership, the Senate President, who is the chairman of his own NSA, Arnis, and so many of our colleagues, of course, Senator Angara, who is the one at the end of the day who makes a final stamp on the support we give. Senator Joel, always supportive. All of you. Senator JV, like me, is a cyclist, you know, so all the athletes we support. Senator Bongo, I mentioned earlier. Senator Francis is also the head of an NSA. And Senator Lauren, sobrang mag-cheer. She kept on sending me messages na, please tell them, I'm so proud of them. And she proudly says that she's not an athlete, pero super supportive and always willing to learn, ladies. So, baka you can have a lesson with the girls. Okay, so, but let's not forget that we have a senator who started this all. Late Senator Angara. So he was actually honorary chairman in 2016 to 2019. And I even remember, probably around that time, when he was so excited telling me, Pia, papapuntahin ko dito si Real Madrid. Papuntahin mo yung UP team. Because of course, he was the president of UP when I was an athlete. So, papuntahin mo yung UP team. So aside from the UP team, you know, all these grassroots, and then Team Baler, no, which pinapunta din niya ang Real Madrid all the way to Baler. So, we want to acknowledge that, because these things don't happen overnight. I thank the Senate for their patience, but if you notice, I always go back to history, because the things that we have been able to do, they rarely happen in this particular Senate. It's usually 3 years ago, 6 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago. And I do not want us to forget that history, because we cannot move forward. We always take off from what our predecessors have left behind. So I end on, that is my penultimate message. And my very last one is a surprise for my colleagues, but a little extra job for the football team, because I have So I have t-shirts for everyone, Mr. Senate President. I have one for you, but I think, ladies, the senators will want you to sign. So bring out your pens before you leave. Don't miss your flight. But I think they'll want a little memorabilia from you. So this is from me and Alan to commemorate this very special year for sports, for women in sports, and for football. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Cayetano. We appreciate your full support of the Filipinas football team. And thank you for the shirts as well. Ladies, I know you have a flight to catch, so we don't want to keep you waiting. That's why, Majority Leader,
Yes.
my sponsorship speech of the measure, I will just insert into the records to hasten the proceedings so that we can give them the resolution.
Yes,
But I
Mr.
know
President.
A few want to sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President. Also, Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda, our Senate President Pro Temp, and Senator Bong Revilla, Mr. President, would like to insert into the records their co-sponsorship speech.
Thank you, myself included.
Yes,
Secretary.
thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I be acknowledged to just give a very, very short co-sponsorship speech, Mr. President?
Yes, please proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, in this August chamber, isa pong karangalan na may co-sponsor ang proposed Senate Resolution number 720 na nagbibigay karangalan at pagpupugay sa Pilipinas. Ang ating Women's National Football Team sa pagtala ng kasaysayan sa Women's World Cup. You converted millions of Filipino sports fans to football lovers. We also like to put on record our sincerest thanks and congratulations to our distinguished colleague, the gentle lady from Taguig and Pateros, our very own Senator Pia Cayetano, an athlete herself, for heading our delegation in New Zealand. Mr. President, when our national team made football history by just securing, Mr. President, securing a spot in the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, we were already beyond grateful and absolutely delighted for their incredible achievement. In our debut in football's biggest stage, we competed against world number 20, Switzerland, world number 26, New Zealand, and world number 12, Norway. Playing against higher-ranking teams did not deter the Filipinas, currently the world number 46, from showing their talent, from showing their heart, their passion, and dedication to clinch the first ever World Cup win in our first ever appearance, Mr. President. Kaya naman po, noong July 25, Ginoong Pangulo, sa laban ng Pilipinas kontra New Zealand, lahat po tayo dito sa Senado sa pangunguna ng ating Senate President Mig Zubiri ay nagtatatalon sa tuwa at excitement habang makascore ng goal si Sarina Bolden na kasama po natin ito. Yan po ay video na mismong kuha ng ating colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano. At hindi na lang po natin ilalakas masyado yung sound dahil talagang puro boses po niya yung maririnig natin. Ginoong Pangulo, hindi ko alam kung may nagsasabotay ng aking mga videos, Mr. President. Sa katunayan po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa record o sa talaan ng Senado, hindi po tayo
Para sumasayo, Senator Jinggoy dyan.
Hindi po tayo nakapagsimula agad, Mr. President. Hindi po tayo kaagad nagsimula ng ating sesyon dahil lahat ay nakatutok sa laban ng Pilipinas. Baka ho po pwedeng ayain ko yung ating mga guests to watch this video, Mr. President. Tinanggal na po namin yung mga explicit words, Mr. President. Ayan po. Lalo na ni Senator Jinggoy at Senator Bato. Marami po silang sinabi. Papadala na lang namin yung video. Nakuha naman po ni Senator Grace po, Mr. President.
Oo, kumakain.
Mr. President, our first ever World Cup goal turned out to be the only goal in the said game that stunned the home crowd of New Zealand. We may have bowed out of the competition, but our national team have won the hearts of legions of football fans all over the world. Their names are already etched in history, and we will be forever grateful to them and the entire coaching staff and people behind the team for bringing this unforgettable glory to the country. It is our hope that with this historic feat, football is now given the attention it rightfully deserves. We look forward to the continuous development of our national program so that the next editions of the World Cup, we will not only compete, but we will also lift the World Cup trophy. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, binabati po natin ang Pilipinas Women's National Football Team at muli, babanggitin ko ang mga pangalan na kasama po natin na naririto, Katrina Giu, Ina Palacios, Sarina Bolden, Jessica Cowart, Hallie Long, our captain, Meryl Serrano, Maya Alcantara, Sofia Harrison, Olivia McDaniel, Chandler McDaniel, and yung favorite player ko, Mr. President, si Sarah Exvic. Wala po, siya po yung nagpasa. Mas mahirap po yun, nag-facilitate ng play, si Sarah Exvic. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Binabati po namin kayo. Mabuhay po kayo. Mabuhay ang atletang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Sani Angara would also like to co-sponsor the measure. I move that he be recognized.
If he comes back from having his T-shirt signed, I'm sure he will be more than willing to go sponsor the measure.
Thank you, bud. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Majority Leader, dear colleagues. I'd like to add to what Senator Pia and our Majority Leader have so eloquently put in commending our Filipinas footballers. Of course, their breathtaking run placed the country once again in the spotlight of world football. We were the darling of world football, making headlines in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Times of London, and other world-renowned publications. Mr. President, football has long been a part of Filipino culture and heritage. We can recall how our country was among the powerhouses in Asia, if not the world, early in the 20th century, when we were winning against football giants with scorelines of 15-2, among others. We also have a football icon in the person of Paulino Alcantara, a Filipino-Spanish mestizo born in Iloilo, who once held Football Club Barcelona's scoring record with 395 goals in 399 games. It had to take 1 century, and perhaps for many the greatest of all time, a Lionel Messi, who is considered one of the greatest players ever to play the sport, to break Alcantara's record. An Ilonggo, an illustrious Ilonggo, just like yourself, Mr. President. Nanalo din ng 15 kampyonato o championship ang Barcelona sa Spanish League sa mga taon na naglaro si Paulino Alcantara bilang kanilang striker. Our milestones in the sport are made more meaningful as individuals and groups devote their time, effort, and finances to further develop the sport in the country. Mr. President, we commend the Philippine Football Federation. We commend the team manager, Jeff Cheng. They have been crucial in elevating Filipino football over the years through significant initiatives. We thank Senator Pia for mentioning my father, who was the honorary chair of the PFF. And he brought the coaches of Real Madrid here many years ago, and they coached some children in BGC. Also sponsored by the Emperador or the Andrew Tan Group, Your Honor. So for once, the PFF established Centers for Football Excellence in 2005 and in 2023, which aim to develop young Filipinos into the best football players and to create a team that can compete and win in international football tournaments. The PFF also brought in players who played in very competitive football leagues like the British Premier League, the German League, among others, Mr. President. And over time, local football leagues were also formed, particularly the United Football League in 2009 and the PFF Women's League in 2016, which allowed wider participation for individuals and teams nationwide and allowed the PFF to discover new talents in building our national teams. Mr. President, we also thank our colleagues because we had an initiative, a budget initiative back in 2021. For 2024, I'm sure with the attention or the spotlight shown by our Filipinas on the sport, I'm sure we will do more under your leadership, under Majority Leader, the sports champion, Senator Pia, Senator Alan, Senator Bongo, Senator Francis Tolentino, among the many sports champions in our chamber, Mr. President. So once again, from a grateful nation, we thank the Filipinos for showing us that the Filipino is truly world class. God bless and mabuhay po.
Thank you. And Senator Grace Poe went up to me here just to remind you that she's also a Taekwondo player.
Silver medalist.
Silver medalist? Where? Palaro. She's a silver medalist in Palaro Pambansa. And don't forget, our niece is the most bemedaled team during the Cambodia Southeast Asian Games. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Of course,
Thank
we
you.
support football. Bukidnon supports football. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is our chairperson of the Committee on Sports, Senator Bongo. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
We'd like to hear we recognize the gentleman from Davao, Senator Bongo, for his brief sponsorship speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon. Very brief. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, As chairman of the Senate Committee on Sports, it is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor this resolution, conveying our profoundest commendation to our Filipinas football team for their outstanding performance, sportsmanship, determination, and skill, and for securing a historic and first ever victory against the formidable New Zealand football team in the FIFA Women's World Cup. While we may not been able to advance to the next phase, I am beyond grateful to have witnessed that our Filipino athletes have become more competitive in various international sporting competitions. Talaga pong nakakataba ng puso na unti na po tayong nagbubunga ang mga pinagpaguran at pagsasakripisyo ng ating mga Pilipinong atleta sa iba't ibang larangan ng sports. The triumphant achievement resonates deeply with the Filipino people as it not only showcases the team's prowess on the global stage but also symbolizes the resilience and the indomitable spirit of the Philippines. To our athletes, the glory and honor you have given to this country will be forever in Philippine sports history. Each and every one of you have become a symbol of inspiration and motivation to future generations of athletes. This is a momentous milestone in the history of Philippine sports and signifies the continuous progress and growing prominence of women's football in our country. I also want to particularly give recognition to Sarina Bolden for scoring the historic match winner in the 24th minute of the game. Gusto ko rin pong pasalamatan at i-congratulate ang coaching staff led by Coach Allen Stachich, whose dedication, expertise, and guidance led the team to this historic win. I also commend team manager Jeff Cheng's unwavering support and commitment. Importante po yung suporta sa team. Of course, we also recognize Senator Pia Cayetano, who was there in New Zealand to personally give support to the team. Salamat rin po kay Senate President Mig Subiri at Finance Chair Sani Angara sa suporta po sa budget ng ating Committee on Sports. Again, I would like to extend my sincerest congratulations to the Filipinas football team. We look forward to seeing you continue to excel as you make your mark in the international sporting scene. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to distinguished colleague, Senator Bongo.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measures, our distinguished colleague from the great province of Isabela and Davao, no other than Senator Rafi Tulfo. I move that he be
Our
recognized.
distinguished colleague, Senator Rafi Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Una sa lahat, nais kong pasalamatan si Senator Pia Cayetano sa pagpunta dun sa game para magbigay ng kanyang suporta. And of course, sa ating Senate President, Senator Mig Subiri. And nakita ko po yung araw na nagkasiyahan doon sa Executive Lounge, rinig na rinig ko yung malulutong na mga sinasabi mo nga, hindi pwedeng banggitin dito. Pero nakakatuwa kasi yung bang gigil na gigil ang ating mga senador sa pagbigay ng kanilang suporta sa ating team. At nung magkaroon ng first goal, sobrang tuwa, naglundagan, nakabibinging sigaw. Papakita lamang yung pagmamahal at pagsuporta sa ating team. Mr. President, I would like to join as a co-sponsor of this resolution. Looking at the Philippine women's football team today, our hearts swell with pride at the feat that they have achieved. Madaming kasabi na you have made history with your first goal and win in the World Cup. And this piece of history has opened the doors for our football athletes. I thank you, my dear athletes, for dreaming. I thank you for showing up every day during your training. And I thank you for bringing your big Filipina hearts during the games. Puso po ang abag ng ating mga Filipino talents. Filipino athletes, we honor you today. And I know that this is just the beginning of your journey. The entire country is behind you. Saludo po ako sa inyong lahat. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Tulfo.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measures, the distinguished gentleman from the city of San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I wish to convey my warmest congratulations and utmost admiration to Team Filipinas for their historic victory at the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup. Their feat is nothing short of spectacular. Sino po ba ang mag-aakala makakarating ang Pilipinas sa pinaka-prestiyosong paligsahan ng football sa buong mundo? Surely we are known all over for our fighting skills at talagang kinakatakutan ng mga Pilipino sa boxing ring dahil sa tatak ng ating pambansang kamao, si the legendary former Senator Manny Pacquiao. Kinilala rin tayo sa bowling at sa billiards dahil sa ating mga tinitinggalang atleta na sina Paeng Nepomuceno at Efren Bata Reyes. But it was a Filipina, Mr. President, who put us on the map in terms of sports, the late Lydia De Vega, na tinagurang Asia's sprint queen noong 1980s. And it was another Filipina, Mr. President, that would bring home our very first Olympic gold, ang weightlifter natin na si Heidelin Diaz. Mr. President, never did we imagine that the Philippines stands a chance to play alongside the world's best football players until there was the Team Filipinas. The past year has been full of remarkable achievements for the team. They gave the country its first Southeast Asian Games in football since 1985 by winning in Hanoi, Vietnam. The women's national football team also bagged the ASEAN Football Federation Women's Championship Trophy last July 2022. Last January of last year, they secured a spot at the FIFA World Cup following a debut at the semifinals of the Asian Football Confederation Asian Cup. Mr. President, allow me to offer my deepest gratitude to the 23 women of Team Filipinas, as well as to their coach and support team, and of course, our very own Senator Pia Cayetano, for what is hailed as one of the brightest moments in the Philippine team sports history. Thank you for showing what the Filipinos are made of, capable of defying the odds, exceeding expectations, and conquering seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Gaya po ng aking mga kasamahan, naniniwala po ako nagsisimula pa lang ang Pilipinas at nananabik po akong panorin pa ang marami pa nilang pagtatagumpay sa hinaharap at pagwawagayway ng ating bandila sa mga susunod nilang laban. This representation will be greatly honored if I will be included as one of the co-authors and co-sponsor of this Senate resolution, commending our new sports heroines and true Filipino champions. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, last but not the least is our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.B. Ayers. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Dashing, debonair Deputy Majority Floor Leader, which is wearing a Batman-inspired barong today, is recognized.
And let it be put on record that after the better one, it's the good one.
Of course.
Yes, Mr. President.
This is historic, Mr. President.
Another
Please
historic feat,
proceed.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, just a short manifestation. I was with the President in Malaysia during that state visit, and it was also the time that the history happened when the Filipinas scored the very first goal against New Zealand. Just like to let them know that the President was so proud. And when he heard the news of the victory of the Filipinas against the host New Zealand, the President was so ecstatic and he was really very proud, and I was there to witness that moment. So, Mr. President, I just like to be made co-author as well of the resolutions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to your distinguished colleague from San Juan and Republic of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I move for the right motion, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I will move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution.
We take note of the motion of the majority.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose any amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 715, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 720 and 722, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader. Senate Resolution number 715, taking consideration Senate Resolution number 720 and 722 is hereby approved and adopted by the Senate. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension to allow our guests to receive the resolution
We'll suspend,
with the Senate
Mr.
President.
Majority Leader. We'll
Thank
suspend
you.
session for a minute to allow the Filipinas to get their resolution. but I appeal to my colleagues after to stay because I have a very important speech to make about the atrocious actions of the Chinese Coast Guard towards our shores. So session suspended for 1 minute.
and the beloved Senate President of the Senate, Senator Mig Zubiri, to deliver his speech.
Sir Objection, there being none, our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe they're just bringing down the screen on the left side. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I stand here today to stand with our Coast Guard men and women as they face hostile action by intruders right in our very own seas. I stand here today in support of our troops of the BRP Sierra Madre, who have endured years of blockade by interlopers who mistakenly think that by denying our boys food, they will also bring down their morale. I stand here today in solidarity with our fishermen who have been blocked from the rich waters which are legally and historically ours by a swarm of gunboats dispatched from the Great Wall of Sand. I stand here today to articulate the hurt and hopes of a people whose rights have been trampled by a bully who refuses to stand down. We have been cautioned, my dear colleagues, not to meddle on matters which by some theory is the realm of the executive. We are often reminded that politics stops at the water's edge, meaning discussions on politics should remain within our borders. We respect that, Mr. President. We respect that foreign affairs is a business solely pursued by the President. But how can we not speak up when the very troops who secure our borders and stand on harm's way have been airing their disgust? How can we remain mute when one nation after another has been voicing out their full-throated condemnation of yet another provocation against our Coast Guard peacefully, let me repeat, peacefully navigating on our seas? How can we, Mr. President, not echo the anger of a people against heinous acts on the high seas, committed with impunity by a party squatting on territory that is ours if we want to be true to our mandate? Kung tikom ang bibig at bahag ng ating buntot, paano tayo magiging Senado ng taong bayan kung ayaw natin bigyang boses ang kanilang hinagpis? My dear colleagues, last week, provocative, illegal, and dangerous maneuvers by the Chinese Coast Guard vessel on a Philippine Coast Guard supply boat is the latest manifestation of its might versus right treatment of peaceful neighbors. It is a show of diplomatic duplicity, of professing friendship, but practicing hostile behavior, Mr. President. Bubulahin tayo nila na kaibigan daw sila natin. Tapos sa isang iglap, bubombahin ng tubig ang ating mga barko. How can they convince us that they're sincere one day, and the next day, one day, and they shower a former president of ours with praises and assurances in Beijing, and shortly after, the next day, fire water cannons on our ships? At ang ganyang pagtrato, hindi lang ginagawa nila sa mga barko ng Republika ng Pilipinas, pero ang masakit, ginawa din ito sa mga baroto o bangka ng mangingisdang Pilipino. This incident, my dear colleagues, Mr. President, reaffirms the merit of the resolution that the Senate has unanimously passed last week. That resolution illuminates the way forward. Because China contemptuously ignored protest, all the more that we have to rally the world to condemn acts which have no place in a civilized order. This is a defining moment for this Senate. Today, we join the nation in standing its ground from the front in need be and longer from the rear. I want to go back to the picture that was shown on Philippines, again on Ayungin Shoal and Pag-asa. Mas malayo po ang Pag-asa Island kaysa Ayungin Shoal. Napakaklaro ng Ayungin Shoal ay nasa loob ng ating exclusive economic zone. Bakit nagsasabi ang China na kanila po ang lugar na ito na napakalayo ng China, 600 nautical miles away from Hainan province? No rhyme, no reason, no logical explanation can say that is theirs kasi kakalabas lang po nila sa CNN at sinabi nila yan daw ay indisputable sovereign territory ng China. How can that possibly be? They're the only country that acknowledges that, Mr. President. No other country in the world acknowledges that they own that portion of the South China Sea, West Philippine Sea. China is a titan. That is a given, Mr. President. Their military expenditure alone is 70 times that of ours. We are even more dwarfed in terms of ships built. We are outmanned and outgunned. And the peace we seek will not grow from the barrel of our guns. But what we lack in force, we have law, and in goodwill sa puso ng ating mga kababayan. Diba? Kung sa basketball pa, sa FIBA, sabi natin, kaya ba natin talunin yung mga malalaking mga basketball teams? Ang sabi namin, lalabanan natin sila gamit ang ating puso. The international system remains one of law, Mr. President. And in this, we have the advantage. Might does not make right, Mr. President. Neither does it make fiction a reality. The Hague Tribunal is fully in our favor. So is the rest of the world. They cannot turn away, for they have skin in the game. 1/3 of global shipping passes through the South China Sea or West Philippine Sea. The world will not allow that it be turned into a Chinese koi pond. If China is left undeterred, they can and will put a chokehold on global trade. We welcome the influence of all nations who can help secure our seas. Despite all this, we have retained friendly relations with China amidst this dispute. Even in the midst of contention, we deliberate with them. Disagreements should not foreclose engagements. Pero yun nga sinabi ko noong isang araw, Mr. President, sa China, bakit napakahirap kang kaibiganin at napakahirap mong mahalin? Diba? Kung gusto mo makipagkaibigan sa ating bansa, ba't napakahirap gawin po ito dahil sa mga ginagawa po ninyong mga atraso sa atin. We have filed protests and note verbals, and again today, another note verbal was sent to Beijing. In the hundreds, Mr. President, too many to count. But enough, I think, to gift wrap its embassy here with the paper it was written on. Ganong kadaming note verbal yun. Although they have repaid our hospitality with hostility, harassment, and hosing down of our ships, we do not give up on the hope that it is weaned of its bullying ways one day, and that with the world's help and influence to finally recognize our sovereignty in our very own waters. By simply following the rules, my dear colleagues, particularly of the UNCLOS, or United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Sea, as expected of a member of nations and a signatory to this, China can make the West Philippine Sea a zone of peace, a place of progress, and an example of coexistence. These recent events should define this Senate, and we must join the nation in standing its ground by being at the forefront of discussion and no longer on the sidelines or from the rear. Although none of us here champion hostility, nor endorse the very tactics that we condemn, but all of us here are tired of the status quo. Paulit-ulit na lang po itong nangyayari sa ating Coast Guard at sa ating mga mangingisda. On the search, my dear colleagues, for a better strategy, I urge the executive to run the point, using all the viable tools at its disposal, such as a possible joint patrol over the West Philippine Sea with our allies, and the ones we have enumerated in our adopted resolution. Sa ating magigiting na Coast Guard at mga sundalo, maraming salamat sa inyong katatagan at katapangan. Tulad ng ating taos-pusong kinakanta sa ating pambansang awit, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil. Babalikan ko po yan. Sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil. Saludo kami lahat sa inyong serbisyo at sakripisyo at hindi namin kayong papabayaan lumaban na mag-isa. Kasama niyo kami sa pagtindig laban sa mga pilit na nanghihimasok sa ating bansa. At kasama niyo kami sa pagtindig para sa tunay na malayang Pilipino. Sa lahat po nagdedepensa sa atin sa West Philippine Sea, saludo po ako sa inyo. Snappy salute, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, mabuhay kayo at mabuhay ang ating Pilipinas, mahal na Pilipinas.
Thank you, our Senate President. I guess the whole Senate, we cross-party lines to support your resolution, Mr. Senator.
Thank
Majority
you.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nakakatindig balahibo, Mr. President, at tunay na nakakasama ng loob, Mr. President, ang mga videos at pictures na ipinakita ng ating ginoong Pangulo ng Senado. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure, next to also, Mr. President, to deliver his support to the privileged speech of the distinguished Senate President is the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I fully support and associate myself with the privileged speech given by Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri. Mr. President, the August 5 water cannon incident is a blatant escalation of tensions being perpetrated by the Chinese Coast Guard. Mr. President, allow me now to provide some details relative to the incident which happened a few days ago. Mr. President, nakikita po natin sa larawang ito, and I hope this can be frozen for a while. Nasa harapan po yung maliit na barko ng Pilipinas na magsusupply ng provisions para sa Ayungin Shoal. Nasa kaliwa po, Mr. President, yung Chinese militia vessel. Nasa likuran naman po, yung Chinese Coast Guard vessel. Mr. President, to make this clearer, Mr. President, ang atin pong maliliit na barko, kagaya po nung nasa harap, ay 20-footer. Ang pangalan po niyang barkong yan, Uniza May 1 at Uniza May 2. Si Uniza May 1 nakalusot, nakapagdala po ng pagkain, ng provisions, gamot, medicines at tubig. Nakapagdala po sila sa loob. Si Uniza May 2, ito po nakikita natin, yan po yung hinarang. Hinarang po yan, Mr. President, hindi lang po nung nakikita nating white Chinese Coast Guard vessel na ang haba po niyan, Mr. President, ay 138 meters. Yung atin, 20 meters. Hindi lamang po yan dalawang yan, Mr. President, ang humarang. There were 5 Chinese Coast Guard vessels and, Mr. President, there were 12 Chinese militia vessels. And these Chinese militia vessels moved to constrict the passage of both Uniza May 1 and Uniza May 2. Nakalusot lamang po si Uniza May 1. Yung pinakita po ni Senate President kanina na nabasa, ayun po si Uniza May 2. So Uniza May 2 po ay halos 2 oras pinaligiran. Hindi lamang po, Mr. President, ng 5 Chinese Coast Guard, 12 Chinese militia vessels, meron pa ho, Mr. President, and I'd like to show a photo na na-involved. Ito po yung pinakita ni Senate President kanina, yung Chinese militia, Chinese Coast Guard 5201, and kasama pa rin dyan ang CCG 5304. Meron pa hong 5 umaali-aligid na Chinese Navy, Mr. President. And the Chinese Navy, these are the 5 People's Liberation Army Navy warships are composed of two Type 056A guided missile corvettes, Vessel 629 and 623, and then a Type 053H3 light frigate, and then Type 052D destroyer, Mr. President. Destroyer na po yung humahabol doon sa dalawang maliliit na barko nating 20-footer at Mr. President. As I have said, Mr. President, this is very alarming because of the presence of 5 People's Liberation Army Navy warship and the Chinese militia maritime blocked the passage of UNISA May 2 vessel. Bumalik na po sila kasi basang-basa na po yung mga provisions. Basa na po yung mga bigas. Basa na rin po yung mga radio equipment. Kaya bumalik na po sila after almost 2 hours of being encircled, Mr. President. Can we show the other picture? The harassment was so aggressive that only one resupply ship, as I have said, UNISA May 2, UNISA May 1 was successful in reaching BRP Sierra Madre, reducing the available food, water, and medicine of the crew in the following weeks. As I have said, Mr. President, the other supply vessel, UM2, was doused with water cannons and the unsafe maneuvers of the Chinese maritime militia for almost 2 hours while repeatedly attempting to enter Ayungin Shoal but had to turn back. The Chinese Coast Guard 5305 also conducted an unsafe maneuver against the Philippine Coast Guard, causing a near collision with BRP Malabrigo at a distance of less than 5 meters. Dalawa po yung barko natin doon, Mr. President, BRP Malabrigo and BRP Cabra. Ito po ay 44 meters lamang, Mr. President, as against their 138 meters. Napakaliit lang po nung dalawang barko ng ating Coast Guard. Mr. President, joining the Senate President, ladies and gentlemen, that August 5 water cannon incident cannot be allowed to be set aside and forgotten like all other unprovoked acts of aggression by the Chinese forces in the West Philippine Sea in the past years. It is high time that we in the legislature, along with the frontliners in the West Philippine Sea, support actions diplomatically, economically, and perhaps the other action in concert with our allies to enhance the capabilities of our forces, acting in accordance with international law, while also condemning the dangerous and illegal actions of Chinese forces within Philippine waters. As I speak, Mr. President, as we convene today, hindi ho natin alam kung ano pa yung nangyayari. Baka meron pa hong nangyayari. Kaya ko lang po binanggit ito, and I support the Senate President, is that ngayon po, hindi lamang Chinese Coast Guard, but Chinese Navy ang kasali na ngayon. It is time to see an end to these blatant violations of international law and threats to Philippine sovereignty. Let us, as one country, support our uniformed services and fisherfolk as they lawfully ply and responsibly enjoy the bounties of the West Philippine Sea. Kanina po, Mr. President, and before I end, kanina po during the hearing conducted by Senator Jinggoy Estrada, yung Committee on National Defense, I raised the question, bakit po, Mr. President, sa ngayon, we have stopped accepting cadets coming from allied countries to enter into the Philippine Military Academy? Our cadets are now training in Annapolis, in the U.S. Naval Academy, in the U.S. Air Force Academy in West Point. But at the same time, while we condemn this, Mr. President, ang dami natin mga opisyales na nag-aaral pala sa Beijing Military Academy. Nandun po lahat sila. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Defense is now well apprised of this. And perhaps, Mr. President, it's about time that we show our support to our uniform services by giving them a patriotic guidance and direction. Again, Mr. President, I support the privileged speech of Senator Mig Subiri, and I reiterate, as a country, let us be united, support our uniformed services, ang ating pong mga kasundaluhan, ang ating pong mga mangingisda na dapat po ay makinabang sa West Philippine Sea. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to make a manifestation, Mr. President, is the chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
The Chairman of the Committee on National Defense, Senator Jengay Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, the good one. Mr. President, this representation as your chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation conducted a hearing this morning on the proposed National Defense Act and the revitalization of the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Program, both of which are priority measures of the Department of National Defense and the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and part of the legislative agenda of our latest Philippine Development Plan. We have the representatives from the DND, AFP, DFA, among others. And this issue, the recent aggression by the Chinese Coast Guard against our Philippine Coast Guard, was taken up. The DND and the AFP said that they already issued a strong statement of condemnation. Upon the questioning of one of our colleagues, Senator Rafi Tulfo, DND shared that the civilian vessel used in the resupply mission to our troops in Ayungin Shoal was escorted by the Philippine Coast Guard and the Philippine Navy. And this was the case every time there were resupply missions. We were told that our defense attaché in Beijing is also sending a strong statement to his counterparts in China. On the part of the Department of Foreign Affairs, together with the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea, the agency assured us that they are fully aware of the circumstances and that they share the concern of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine Coast Guard, who were directly affected by the incident. The representative of the Department of Foreign Affairs said that they are currently undertaking all diplomatic measures and coordinating with their counterparts here and in Beijing. Finally, they assured us that they assert and re-emphasize in every opportunity our sovereignty, sovereign rights, and jurisdiction over the concerned areas. Sabi ko nga po sa aming naging pagdinig kanina, pinapalis po tayo ng ating kapitbahay sa sarili nating bakuran. Hindi pa po sila nakontento doon. Pinuguhan pa po tayo ng tubig. Mga bastos. The Philippines has a continuing foreign policy of being a friend to all and enemy to none. I am wondering how far can we maintain the policy of friendship and amity when we are constantly harassed, bullied, and disrespected as a nation, and our people, our uniformed officers are being put on a very dangerous situation. Ano po kaya ang pwede pa natin gawin bilang isang bansa upang tumigil po ang ginagawang ito ng ating kapitbahay at matagal nating kaibigan? Ang Pilipinas at China ay matagal na nagkaroon at napanatili ang maayos na ugnayan. Our trade relations date back to pre-colonial times. Ngunit bakit po ganito ang pagtrato nila sa atin ngayon? Our historic legal victory in The Hague invalidated the expansive claims of the Nine Dash Line. The decision is now part of the international law. Ngunit binabaliwala lang po ito ng China. Ano po ang magandang kahinatnan ng pagpa-file natin ng mga diplomatic protests kung ang mismong arbitral ruling ay kanila lamang isinasantabi? Mr. President, I join the frustration of the Filipino people in the relentless belligerence of the Chinese government when international law already gives us all the legal rights to the contested areas. I join in the frustration of the whole country that all of our diplomatic attempts seem to bear no fruit. I join the frustration of our people that we seem to be powerless despite our exhaustive efforts in defending what is rightfully ours. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Estrada, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Next to make a manifestation, Mr. President, is the distinguished gentleman from the province of Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Bong Revilla is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We join our Senate President in condemning the latest affront of the Chinese Coast Guard against our very own Philippine Coast Guard. Ang mga kuha na ginawa nila laban sa mismo nating tanod baybayin ay isa na namang halimbawa ng mga banta laban sa ating seguridad, kaligtasan at soberanya. Nakababahala po na matapos lamang ng nagkakaisang advokasya at pagtindig ng Senado bilang isa sa mga haligi ng kalayaan at kasarinlan ng ating bansa nitong nakaraang linggo, eto at para bang panunuya ang naganap na pagkanyo ng tubig sa ating mga kababayan. Tila nga po itinakda ng tadhana ang nagawang pag-awit ng mga kabataang katutubo ng ating pambansa na pambansang awit ngayong hapong ito. Hindi ko mapigilan na mangilabot dahil isa itong paalala kung para kanino ba nating ginagawa ang makailang ulit na pagtindig laban sa mga banta sa ating soberanya. Ang ating mga kabataan po ang magmamana ng kung anumang iiwan natin. Let us make sure we leave them with the Philippines free from aggression and oppression. Iwan natin sa kanila ang isang Pilipinas na hindi pagagapi kailanman at kanino man. Ang mga anak ng perlas ng silangan ang nanindigan upang taas noo nating maiwagayway ang ating bandila at sila ang ating huwaran upang ang alab sa ating mga puso ay hindi magmaliw kailanman. Our forefathers who sacrificed for us to enjoy the blessings of freedom, democracy, and sovereignty have taught us never to bow or bend, even when the threat of intimidation is high. Ang Pilipinas na duyan ng magiting ay palaging handang salagin ang anumang talim ng kalasag. Hindi noon at lalong hindi ngayon tayo yuyuko at pasisiil sa mga manlulupig. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Senator Villa, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to make a manifestation is our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. This representation is one in spirit with the privileged speech delivered by Senate President Mig Zubiri. Gaya ng sinabi ni SP, itong pinakahuling insidente ay patunay kung bakit tama at kinakailangan yung pinagkaisahan nating lahat na i-adopt na Senate Resolution number 718. At pinupuri ko rin po ang Department of Foreign Affairs sa kanilang malakas na press statement ngayong araw, sa idinaos nilang press conference at sa pagtawag nila sa Chinese Ambassador sa Pilipinas upang harapin ang reaksyon ng executive at mag-demand ng paliwanag at pagwawasto mula sa kanilang bansa. 3 points, Mr. President, to pursue the spirit of Senate Resolution number 718. Yung ipinakita pong mga video ni SP at ni Senator Tolentino ay tinatawag yung ating pansin kung hindi ba't nilabag din ng mga vessels ng China yung collision regulations ng International Maritime Organization, particular Rule 10, sa ginawa nilang mapanganib na maritime maneuvers. Halos banggain nila yung bow nung isang Philippine vessel natin. Bagay na sukat ipinagbabawal nitong collision regulations ng IMO. Pangalawa, Mr. President, kahapon, sa isang maghapon lamang, di kukulang sa 7 embahada ng ibang mga bansa dito sa Pilipinas ay nagpahayag din ng kanilang pagkaalala sa ginawa ng China sa ating bansa at muling sinuportahan ang tagumpay ng ating bayan at ng ating gobyerno sa Hague ruling. Palagay ko po, Mr. President, kadiwa rin ang Senate Resolution number 718, patuloy po tayong makiisa sa pagbubuo ng mas malawak at pinakamalawak pang koalisyon ng iba't ibang mga bansa, iba't ibang mga gobyerno, iba't ibang mga private sectors, at iba't ibang mga sambayanan sa buong mundo na naniniwala sa rule of law, hindi lamang sa kalupaan, kundi pati sa karagatan. At huli, ngayong hapon, Mr. President, this representation looks forward to the hearings that will be called by Chair Tolentino through the special committee that we have just constituted on the various maritime zones bills filed by our Senate upang bigyan ng lakas ng isang batas yung tagumpay na natin sa isang pandaigdigang korte sa pamamagitan ng Hague ruling. Salamat po, Mr. President, at muli pagbati at pagpugay mabuhi kay SP Migs Zubiri sa kanilang privilege speech.
Thank you, Senator Tiberos, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to make a manifestation is the distinguished gentleman from Bicol in Nueva Ecija, no other than Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating Ginoong Pinunong Mayorya. Ako po ay nakikinig sa talumpati ng ating Senate President. Alam niyo po, ako po ay sapul na sapul sa puso ko at kaluluwa sapagkat ako po mismo, Ginoong Pangulo, ako po ay galing dyan. Isang linggo po ako dyan sa lugar na yan at kung gusto niyo pong mapanood, nandyan po yan sa YouTube ng aking asawa. Ang titulo po niyan ay Isang Linggong Pag-ibig. Ako po ay naglayag magmula sa Nabotas, papunta po dyan sa Pag-asa Island hanggang Ayungin Shoal, pabalik. At lahat po ng ipinakita ng ating Senate President ay naranasan po natin yan. Ang makipagtalastasan ng galing doon sa mga Tsino at hindi lang po tayo nabugahan ng tubig sapagkat sa mga oras po na yon ay hindi naman po nila nagkaroon sila ng pagkakataon para bugahan kami ng tubig sapagkat napakagaling po ng kapitan namin. Hindi po kami nakaranas ng ganong klaseng harassment. Ang gusto ko lamang pong tumbukin, mahal na Pangulo, kung umaabot na po tayo sa ganitong sitwasyon na ang buong Senado ay tayo po ay gigil na sa ginagawa ng Tsino. Gusto ko lamang pong ipaalala sa ating lahat na meron din po tayong obligasyon dito sa 4 na sulok ng Senado. Meron po tayong isang probisyon sa ating konstitusyon na dapat na po ito talagang amendahan. At diyan po ay yung patungkol sa pagdedeklara ng martial law. Kasi po doon po sa 1973 Constitution, malinaw po doon na sinasabi yung imminent danger. Dito po sa 1987 Constitution, tinanggal po yung imminent danger. At ang naiwan na lamang po doon ay invasion, rebellion. Ginoong Pangulo, kailan po ba dapat tayo aaksyon? Yun po ang tanong ko. Ito po ba sa palagay po ba natin ay maging aantayin pa natin na yung invasion? Ang sabi po ng talumpati ng ating Ginoong Pangulo, sila po ay ilang nautical miles na lang sa Palawan. Aantayin po ba natin lumanding muna sila sa Palawan bago po natin baguhin ang konstitusyon natin at amendahan na ilagay natin ang imminent danger? Hindi naman po ibig sabihin ng salitang martial law, pagka diniklara mo, tayo ay pa-flashback ng 1972. Hindi po ganun. Ang martial law po, yan po ay isang bagay para ang ating mga Pilipino ay maorganisa natin ng tama. At isa pa po, Ginoong Pangulo, meron pa po akong sinabi din kanina sa hearing ng ating magiting na senador na Jingo Estrada, patungkol naman po doon sa mandatory military service. Hindi naman po kaila sa ating kaalaman na ang China, ang Chino, ang kanilang military service po, ang kanilang reservists ay baka po daanan lang tayo niyan, lakaran lang tayo niyan, ihian lang tayo niyan, malunod na tayo. Ang isinasabi ko po, mga mahal kong kasama sa Senado, kung ano po yung gigil sana natin dito, pantayan po natin ng aksyon natin dito sa 4 na sulok ng Senado. Katulad po ng mandatory, kahit mandatory ROTC na lamang po sana. Sana'y maihanda po natin ng ating mga kababayan. At ganoon din po dyan sa usapin sa imminent danger. At bilang panghuli, Ginoong Pangulo, nagbuo po kayo ng komite na haharap dito sa maritime na ating sitwasyon. Hinihingi ko po sa kapangyarihan ng ating Ginoong Pangulo na atasan niyo po kami uli. Kami po mismo ay handa po kaming lumayag dyan at maranasan po namin kung ano talaga ang sitwasyon doon. Mas maganda po na maging opisyal, na kami po ay bigyan niyo po ng kalayaan na muling maglayag dyan. At handa po ako na ulitin ko po ulit gawin kung ano po yung ginawa ko noong 2021 para ako po ay personal na makapag-report sa committee kung ano po ang aking mararanasan. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Majority Leader.
The Senate President Pro Tempore, Mr. President, is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, is recognized.
I rise to support our Senate President in the initial speech and all my esteemed colleagues in their speeches in condemning the incident by the Chinese Coast Guard. Allow me to just put on record a statement I made today. I want it in the Senate records. I condemn in the highest form China Coast Guard's recent blockage, dangerous maneuvers, and use of water cannons against the Philippine Coast Guard vessels escorting boats chartered by the armed forces of the Philippines. These actions are not only reckless, but they are also illegal and have endangered the lives of Filipinos. This violates international conventions, endangering our crew at sea. We demand that the Chinese Coast Guard respect our sovereign rights, refrain from hindering freedom of navigation, and hold those involved accountable. Safe access to Ayungin Shoal is crucial for supplying our military troops. China must follow international law. Ayungin Shoal is a low tide elevation part of the Philippines' exclusive economic zone and continental shelf, pursuant to the 1982 UNCLOS and as affirmed by the 2016 Arbitral Award. This is final and binding. We also commend the Department of Foreign Affairs for its prompt action by filing a diplomatic protest against China and summoning Chinese Ambassador Huang Xilian over the incident. We call on the Philippine Coast Guard and the Armed Forces of the Philippines to ensure the well-being of those involved. And I will go one step further to encourage my colleagues to provide the necessary resources for the Philippine Coast Guard and the Navy and even the LGUs in the area, so that it will be a whole of government approach, not just the military, not just the Navy, not just the Coast Guard, but even for research laboratories in the area so that we can fully utilize and exploit the areas for the benefit of the Filipino people, because this is undoubtedly part of Philippine territory. Having said that, we thank the Senate President and all our colleagues for having brought this matter to our attention once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ligarda, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Minority Leader is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Senator Coco Pimentel.
The Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. President. I could sense from the manifestations of our colleagues that the Senate or its members want to play more part in the determination of the Philippine response to these frequent incidents in the West Philippine Sea and the South China Sea. So it is said, Mr. President, that di ba, may kasabihan that the work of legislation happens at the committee level. In my opinion, by analogy, since the Senate also, by the constitutional fiat, has a role to play in foreign relations, I think that we should share our ideas with the executive branch, but not here at the plenary level. I suggest behind closed doors, not even in a formal committee hearing, but behind closed doors in a workshop type of setting, Mr. President, so that there will be a free exchange of ideas coming from the Senate and its members with the with the President, the Office of the President, the Department of Foreign Affairs, the DND, etc., Mr. President. So, siguro, Mr. President, nasisense ko that we really want to play our part as stated in the Constitution, that the Senate should have a more active and proactive, not just a reactive role in the setting of foreign policy, in foreign relations, Mr. President. So, but I suggest through that modality, Mr. President,
Yes.
not here at the plenary level where in session where everything is out in the open, Mr.
Yes.
President.
If I may, Mr. President?
Yes, our Senate President is recognized.
To answer that, that's why even in my speech, I shortened it because there were certain suggestions I made that probably should not be known by our neighbor from the north in terms of strategies. And that's why I think the President will have a command conference to call on what particular strategies can be made. But despite, or rather, that is more military in action, and of course our action within the United Nations and the community of nations. However, we can learn from our neighbor Vietnam. Vietnam, Your Honor, if I may respond, Vietnam, they decided to boycott all Chinese-made products in China. They decided to veer away from China as its #1 trading partner. And now their #1 trading partner is already the Western nations. You're looking at European Union. They have a free trade agreement with the European Union. They have free trade agreement. They're moving for a free trade agreement with the United States. They're also moving towards a free trade agreement with Korea and Japan, Australia, New Zealand. So ang punto ko po dyan, Mr. President, pwede po tayong, wag natin pag-usapan nga itong issue ng military, but we can also propose, for example, to the trade industry, the Trade Department, that yung mga kukunin natin ng mga kumpanya na ipapasok natin dito ay hindi puro Chinese companies. Di ba? Yung gumagawa ng mga tulay natin, yung gumagawa ng ating mga karsada, yung gumagawa ng kung ano-ano, yan, sinabi mo, tinuturo mo na kung saan. Yung gumagawa dyan, at kinakalkal yung buhangin at kung saan-saan. Dapat siguro hindi China yun. Di ba, Mr. President? We can do other things because you want to hit them. Right now, their economy, to be honest, it's not in the great shape. So, we don't want to put just all words, but we want to put actions in our words. So, these things we can put out in the open. We can discuss this during the budget hearing. We can ask the DPWH. Maybe we can blacklist Chinese construction companies, engineering companies. Let's blacklist them. Things that we can do and help our countrymen to show our disgust, Mr. President. Kasi kung wala tayong gagawin, Diyos ko, hindi po sila titigil. Katulad ng binanggit ko, bakit napakahirap mahalin ang China na kinakausap naman natin, nililigawan naman natin sila. Ang problema, para ko sa lover pa, bigo palagi ang ating mga aksyon sa kanila. And the one that is very striking today, gentlemen and ladies, Mr. President, CNN, they were interviewed in CNN, the Chinese state media, or rather the Chinese State Department, Foreign Ministry, had already come out saying that undisputedly now from them, that is their territory. They told us to get out of their territory. And my God, as I mentioned, paano naging teritoryo nila yan? Eh nung panahon ni Lapu-Lapu, doon na po umiikot ang ating mga kapwang Pilipino na mangisda sa mga lugar na ito. Time immemorial. They never, of course, they would travel with the trade, no? Yung kanilang, hindi galyon yung ginagamit nila, junk boat, yung mga junk boat nila. Pero, napakalayo nito mga lugar sa China. And they categorically and unilaterally claim that it is theirs. Yan ang masama dyan. Without even discussion among neighbors. So, I agree with you. When it comes to certain issues that are sensitive, Mr. President, we can limit it to an executive session. But when we want to share and air our disgust, I think now is the time to do it. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, I know 4 days ago, I was getting insults left and right from certain media personalities, by certain personalities saying that what we did in the Senate was stupid, ignorant, and shows that we do not know foreign policy decision-making in our country. Now, my point I want to bring out, and I'm glad this was raised by my dear colleague, Minority Floor Leader, what say you now? What say you now that they have attacked our ships with water cannons? What say you, these people? Are you with us? Or are you with China? Are you patriots? Or are you traitors? Diba? Blessed are the peacemakers, but we must make a stand. That's what happened in Europe when Hitler entered. There were several countries na ayaw namin ng gulo. Well, okay lang. Mamaya-maya, nandun na, kapaligid na sa kanila. Buong Gestapo at SS and the whole Hitler army. And history shows what happened then. They were taken over by this whole group of Nazis. So my point is, true, blessed are the peacemakers. But that's why we have a nation, we have a community of nations that we can go to. We can ask for the rule of law in this particular issue, UNCLOS, in the conduct of our actions in the seas. Hindi ito pwedeng gawin nila, bombahin nila ng tubig. Nagumpisa na sila. Nakita nila, bumalik yung barko. Siguro lahat na ng barkong pupunta dyan ay gagawin po nila yan. So what action can we take? Calling us stupid, calling us ignorant, now what? What say them? What do they say about this incident? Sila ba'y natutuwa sa pangyayaring ito? Baka bayad ng mga Chinese yan? Sila ba ay natutuwa sa paghihinakit sa ating mga sundalo at Coast Guard na nagsakripisyo na kanilang buhay para sa ating bansa? Yan ang katanungan ko dyan ngayon. We should rally the people's support. In Vietnam, they would rally. Tens of thousands would rally in front of the Chinese embassy against their atrocious acts in the side of the Vietnamese Sea. Dapat tayo din mapukaw, kung sa Bisaya pa, pukaw na to ba? Kinalan magising ang ating bansa. Dahil kung hindi po tayo magigising, ang Palawan magiging kanila na. Yung mga resort dyan sa Palawan ay magiging China na. Kung hindi po tayo gagalaw, kailan pa tayo gagalaw? Tama sinabi ni Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Kung hindi natin pukawin ang ating puso, wala na mangyayari sa atin po. And that's why I don't want to discuss strategy, but we have to do something. It cannot be like this status quo. It is like a Groundhog Day. Paulit-ulit na lang pangyayaring ito. Katulad ng binanggit ko kanina, sa daming note verbal na binigay natin sa China, pwede na natin i-gift wrap yung buong Chinese embassy ng note verbal. Di ba po? So thank you, Mr. President. And if
Yes,
there's other
sir.
questions from our dear colleague.
Not a question, Mr. President, just siguro just an insight that we should supplement what we can say here at the plenary level with more hard work engaging the executive branch
Yes.
behind closed doors. Mr.
Absolutely.
President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I totally agree, Mr. President. Maybe we should have some more of these discussions like what we did last week. And I believe there's a committee that's handling it now.
Yeah,
We can refer, if I may, Mr. Majority Leader, that we refer the committee or the discussions today to that particular committee, and we could start off with an executive session so that we will really know what the plan of action is with the executive. But again, I think we are all united, that we are one with our soldiers, one with our Navy personnel, one with our Coast Guard, and one with the community there, yung Pag-asa. Pag-asa Island, hindi namin kayo papabayaan. Itong budget na itong 2024, pangako natin na magkakaroon, pangako ng buong Senado na magkakaroon po tayo ng mas maganda mga proyekto doon para maramdaman po ninyo na mahal po namin ang Pag-asa Island at yung mga nakatira doon na ating mga kababayan. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Thank you, our Sir President. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I just be allowed to make a short manifestation, Mr. President?
Yes, the Majority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, taus-puso po ang suporta natin sa ating Senate President sa kanyang ibinahagi na privilege speech ngayong araw na ito. Tunay po na nakakagimbal, nakakasalukasok at nakakakulo ng dugo ang mga nakita at narinig natin, Ginoong Pangulo. Hindi po ito gawain ng isang kaibigan, Mr. President. Nung isang araw, Mr. President, dinefine ko po dito sa bulwagan na ito kung ano ibig sabihin ng bully, Mr. President. At lahat po doon, check, check, check. Ngayon ho, pagka dinefine naman natin ang salitang kaibigan o friend, lahat po X, 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 Mr. President. Mr. President, muli, nais nating ilagay sa talaan ng bulwagang ito ang ating taus-pusong suporta, hindi lamang kay Senate President Zubiri, sa mga sinabi ng ating mga kasamahan sa lugar na ito, sa bulwagang ito, suporta rin sa ating mga sundalo, sa ating AFP, sa ating Coast Guard, sa ating Navy at iba pa na nagtatanggol sa ating soberanya and our sovereign rights, Mr. President. Mr. President, mariin po nating kinukondena ang tahasang agresyon ng China sa loob ng ating teritoryo, sa loob ng ating economic zone, Mr. President. Gusto po nating ipaalala sa bansang China na kasama ang mga miyembro ng ASEAN, kasama po sila sa Declaration on the Conduct of Parties noong 2002, Mr. President. This reflects the consensus reached by parties on seeking peaceful solution, Mr. President. Again, I will remind the Chinese government, the Chinese officials, and we note that ASEAN member states and China itself issued the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea in 2002, which reflects the consensus reached by all parties on seeking peaceful solution of disputes and pursuing maritime cooperation. This is accordance with principles of international law, Mr. President, including that of the 1987 United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, among others. Mr. President, clearly, maliwanag pa po sa sikat ng araw na hindi po ino-honor o sinusunod ng bansang China ang agreement na ito. Nais nating ipahiwatig ito, hindi lamang sa bulwagang ito, hindi lamang sa apat na sulok ng ating bansang Pilipinas, kundi sa bawat sulok ng daigdig na hindi sila tumutupad sa agreement na ito. Hindi nila ino-honor ang agreement na ito, bagkus sinasabi nila sila ay kaibigan, Ginoong Pangulo. Mr. President, lastly, nais nating ipabatid, hindi lang po sa China, kundi sa buong mundo, na tayo'y mga Pilipino, hindi sanay tumiklop sa anumang laban. Hindi po tayo pasisiil. Pilipino po tayo, Ginoong Pangulo, at hindi naaantig sa anumang laban, hindi aatras sa anumang laban, lalo na po kung ang laban na yan ay laban ng soberenya at karapatan ng bawat mamamayang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at muli, is there anyone else? Mr. President, sorry, before I refer the speech of our Senate President, may I be allowed to may I ask the body to acknowledge, Mr. President, our distinguished colleague from Davao, Senator Bongo, for his manifestation.
Senator Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, I would like to associate myself with the privileged speech of our Senate President. Full support po sa ating Senate President Mig Subiri. I rise to express my deepest resentment and condemnation over the latest harassment of Chinese Coast Guard after they use water cannon against our vessels while on a peaceful resupply mission going to the Ayungin Shoal. Stop bullying us. Grabing respeto po ang ibinigay sa inyo nung panahon po ni dating Pangulong Duterte. Sa 6 na taon, binigay ni Pangulong Duterte ang lahat ng respeto. Gaya ng sinabi ko noon, kahit maliit lang tayo na bansa, huwag nyo kaming apihin dahil kilala naman po ang Pilipino na matatapang lumalaban at pinaglalaban ang ating karapatan. What is ours is ours. We must remain consistent on our foreign policy of being friends to all and enemy to none. But we must also stand firm on protecting our sovereignty. This latest incident is irresponsible and contrary to China's repeated assurances of peacefully settling whatever misunderstandings we have over the West Philippine Sea. I am appealing to President Bongbong Marcos Jr. as the chief architect of our foreign policy to always safeguard the safety of our personnel and our national interests. I am confident that the President will always uphold our sovereign rights over the West Philippine Sea with the help of our partners. Maraming beses na po ito na bring up ni dating Pangulong Duterte ang panalo natin sa arbitral ruling sa kanyang mga bilateral talks noon sa bansang China. Ang tanong, who will enforce and who can enforce? This is not only a concern of our Philippines but the whole world as we appeal to the international community for them to show sincerity not only with their words but also with their actions of respecting fellow states. As Vice Chair of the Senate Committee on National Defense, tiwala po ako sa dedikasyon ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines at Coast Guard na pangalagaan ang ating interest dyan sa West Philippine Sea. For our part, Mr. President, let us continue to support AFP modernization. Moreover, Mr. President, I also filed Senate Bill 2112, which aims to modernize the Philippine Coast Guard to help them in the enforcement of Philippine laws in our maritime zone para magkaroon sila ng bagong kagamitan, equipment, infrastructure, training at manpower nang sa gayon mas mababantayan nila ang ating borders. Mr. President, let us always be reminded that what is ours is ours. Ipaglaban at isulong natin kung ano ang para sa atin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Bato de la Rosa would like also to make a manifestation and move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Di ba kapag ang tao, ikaw ay kinakausap at mabait na makiusap sa iyo, o kaibigan tayo, ikaw ay nagtiwala, pagkatapos, iba ang ginagawa. Ano ba ang pagkonsidera mo sa ganong klaseng tao, Mr. President? Di ba? Sila ay hindi ko ano sa Tagalog yung Mr. President, ano ibig sabihin nun? Sila ay hindi naman taksil, doble cara, balahora. Basta in short, Mr. President, sa amin sa Bisaya, ang tawag diyan tambaluslos. Yan ang tawag namin yung ganung klaseng tao. Iba pagkausap, pero pagtalikod mo, iba ang ginagawa. So, that's clear tambaluslos na tao. So, Mr. President, alam mo, sobra na tayong ginagago nitong China, Mr. President. Alam nila na hindi sila pwede magpaputok sa ating mga puwersa doon, sa ating Coast Guard, dahil it will trigger the activation of the Mutual Defense Treaty with the United States. So, ang ginagawa lang, Mr. President, is binubumba lang nila tayo ng tubig. At alam nyo, yung pagbubumba ng tubig, ay pareho lang rin yan sa pagpapaputok. Dahil, pag ikaw itinamaan ng high pressure na tubig na yan, pwedeng mabali yung braso mo, mabali ang leeg mo, o kaya matumba ka, mahampas ka doon sa sahig na bakal ng barko, patay ka rin. So, ganoon na rin ang epekto. Without firing a single shot, patay ka dahil lang sa tubig. So, in short, this is, we can say this is not an armed attack against our people. But, ano pang ibig sabihin yan? Hindi nga armed, pero ang result ng attack will result to injury, if not death. So, ganun po ang ginagawa nila. Yung mga glasses ng ating mga sasakyang barko, pag tinamaan ng high pressure tubig na yan, basag. Basag yung ating mga glasses ng barko. So, alam mo, as I have said, Mr. President, tama na yung ginagawa nitong mga taong ito. Hindi na po pwede, hindi ba tayo maawa sa sarili natin? Parang ganun na lang tayo palagi. So, Mr. President, I just would like to close my manifestation by saying that sila ay tambaluslos. Thank you.
Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader wanted to be recognized again, Mr. President, for her manifestation.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Antiveros, recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Just one brief addition. Bilang pagsuporta pa rin sa privilege speech ni SP Zubiri kanina, sinabi din po nila sa isang tugon sa mga manifestasyon natin na pwede nating ipakita sa China yung displeasure ng ating bansa. Hindi lang politically, hindi lang diplomatically, pati economically. Halimbawa po, pwedeng at ito pag-uulit sa isang panawagan ko, Mr. President, dapat yung Chinese Communication Construction Company o CCCC, isang Chinese state-owned company na nag-ooperate dito sa Pilipinas, ay iban sa ating bansa bilang isa pang pagpapakita ng pagtutol sa ginawa nila sa ating Coast Guard. Earlier this year po, Mr. President, sinabi nitong CCCC na meron daw silang ongoing projects dito sa Pilipinas. Kasama na po yung Samal Island Davao City Connector Project at pati yung North and South Harbor Bridge. At yung kanyang subsidiary po, ang China Road and Bridge Corporation, pumirma na rin ang isang kontrata ngayong taon lamang para tapusin ang pangalawang phase ng C5 connection line sa ating bansa. Noong 2020 po, Mr. President, 3 years ago, nanawagan na ako sa gobyerno na i-drop na ang mga proyekto sa CCCC na ito dahil naibunyag na may isa ito sa mga dose-dose ng mga kumpanya nakasali sa dredging ng ating seabed at pagtayo ng mga artificial na isla para kanila namang imilitarize yan at sabihin kanila iyan kahit sa loob ng West Philippine Sea at ng ating exclusive economic zone. Kung nagawa na po iyan ng gobyerno sa nakaraang mga taon, kaya ding gawin sa mga kasalukuyang panahon, lalo na't hindi tumitigil. Nasusundan lamang ng nasusundan ang mga katulad na insidente na ito just a couple of days ago. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa Antiveros, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of our dear Senate President Mig Zubiri and all the interpellations and manifestations thereon to the committee, the Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones as the primary committee and National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation as secondary committee. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 6th session, Wednesday, August 2, 2023, and consider the same as approved. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The Secretary will now read the items in the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2328, an act providing for aid to individuals and families seeking medical, funeral, food, transportation, educational assistance, psychosocial support, and other support services, institutionalizing for this purpose the IX program of the DSWD, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Marcos.
Referred to the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development and Finance.
2329, separating the Cebuco National High School Pangian Annex in Pangian, Cebuco, Zamboanga del Norte, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Pangian National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Marcos.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
2330, declaring Lake Bababu, Melgar, Basilisa, Dinagat Islands a tourist destination, providing for its development and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Marcos.
Referred to Committees on Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance.
2331, instituting policies to prevent and address acts of bullying and other similar acts in the workplace. Senator Villar M.
Referred to Committees on Civil Service, Government Organization and Professional Regulation, and Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development.
2332, redefining the crime of illegal recruitment committed by a syndicate, amending for the purpose PD 442 as amended and RA 8042 as amended. Senator Villar M.
Referred to Committee on Migrant Workers.
2333, creating a tripartite council to address unemployment, underemployment, and the job skills mismatch problem in the country, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar M.
Referred to Committees on Higher, Technical, Vocational Education, Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development and Finance.
2334, establishing a public veterinary clinic in every city and municipality, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar M.
Referred to Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Local Government, and Finance.
2335, providing for mandatory insurance coverage and benefits for journalists, employees of media entities on field assignments, and freelance journalists, and for other purposes. Senator Villar M.
Referred to Committee on Public Information and Mass Media.
2336, requiring all food service establishments to disclose potential allergens in their food products. Senator Villar M.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
2337, providing discounted or waived fees and charges to indigent job seekers in the issuance of certain pre-employment documents issued by the government agency. Senator Villar M.
Referred to Committees on Labor, Employment, Human Resources Development, Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development.
2338, incorporating scam prevention education in the senior high school curricula, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Villar M.
Referred to Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
2339, establishing the Overseas Filipino Workers Hospital and OFW care in all DOH retained hospitals, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Tulfo.
Referred to Committees on Health, Demography, Migrant Workers, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2340, converting the Overseas Filipino Workers Hospital as a Level 3 hospital under direct supervision and control of the Department of Migrant Workers and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Estrada.
Referred to Committees on Migrant Workers, Health, Demography, and Finance.
2341, mandating the inclusion of a foreign language other than English as an elective course in the higher education curriculum. Senator Estrada.
Referred to Committee on Higher and Technical and Vocational Education.
2342, establishing a nursing scholarship and return service program for deserving students, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Estrada.
Referred to Committees on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education, Health, and Demography, and Finance.
2343, providing for mandatory insurance coverage and benefits for all line workers. Senator Estrada.
Referred to Committees on Energy and Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development.
2344, establishing a framework for citizens' participation in legislative policy making through the use of information and communications technology platforms. Senator Estrada.
Referred to Committees on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation and Public Information and Mass Media.
2345, strengthening the special program in the arts for junior and senior high school, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Estrada.
Referred to Committees on Basic Education, Culture, and the Arts, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2346, amending Section 5C of RA 7432 to mandate and further broaden the scope of a geriatric ward to include both the government and private hospital institutions, infirmaries, and wellness centers. Senator Tolentino.
Referred to Committees on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, and Health and Demography, and Ways and Means.
2347, declaring Bulabog Putian National Park located in Dingle and San Enrique, Iloilo, a protected area with the category of natural park to be named as Bulabog Putian Natural Park under the NIPAS, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
Referred to Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance.
2348, strengthening further the electric power industry, amending sections 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20, 21, 22, 23, 26, 28, 29, 30, 34, 35, 36, 37, 43, 45, 46, 47, 57, 60, 61, 62, 63, 70, and 71 of RA 9136, Senator Tulfo.
Refer to Committees on Energy, Public Services, and Ways and Means.
2349, exempting qualified OFWs from the coverage of RA 10912 by Senator Lapid.
Refer to Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Migrant Workers.
2350, transforming the Film Development Council of the Philippines into the National Film Commission of the Philippines, defining its powers and functions, appropriating funds, and for other purposes, Senator Lapid.
Refer to Committees on Public Information, Mass Media, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2351, providing for comprehensive nursing law towards a quality healthcare system, appropriating funds, therefore repealing RA 9173, Senator Marcos.
Refer to Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, Professional Regulation, Health and Demography, and Finance.
2353, establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute, defining its powers and functions, creating regional geriatric specialty centers in the DOH retained hospitals, and appropriating funds, therefore, Senator Lapid.
Refer to Committees on Health, Demography, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2354, providing for a revised national apprenticeship program, clarifying the standards for training and engagement of apprentices and accreditation of apprenticeship programs, and repealing for the purpose Chapters 1 and 2 of Title 2, Book 2 of PD 442 as amended. Senator Villanueva.
Refer to Committees on Labor, Employment, and Human Resource and Development, and Ways and Means.
2355, encouraging corporate social responsibility, providing incentives, therefore, Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
2356, providing for additional 12,000 peso increase in the minimum pay of employees and workers in the public sector nationwide and for other purposes. Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
2357, promoting entrepreneurship by institutionalizing a sustainable financing program for micro and small enterprises through the Pondo sa Pagbabago at Pag-asenso program, appropriating funds, therefore, Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to Committees on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, Economic Affairs, and Finance.
2358, institutionalizing bamboo industry development in the Philippines, creating the Bamboo Industry Development Center, appropriating funds, therefore, and for other purposes, Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to Committees on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2359, declaring February 23 of every year special working holiday to be known as National Rotary Day, Senator Lapid.
Refer to Committee on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development.
2360, upgrading, creating additional positions in the OGCC, amending for the purpose EO 878 as amended by EO 299, Senator Lapid.
Refer to Committees on Justice and Human Rights, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
2361, providing for a system of earlier voting for qualified senior citizens and persons with disabilities of the Philippines, appropriating funds, therefore, and for other purposes, Senator Lapid.
Refer to Committees on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation, and Finance.
2362, enhancing accessibility in the voting of senior citizens and persons with disabilities, pregnant women, and indigenous peoples, amending for the purpose RA 10366 and for other purposes. Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to Committees on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation, and Finance.
2363, prescribing the use of neo-ethnic Philippine textiles in the academic regalia of all SUCs, colleges, and appropriating funds, therefore, Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to Committees on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education, Science and Technology, and Finance.
2364, strengthening the special program in creative arts for junior and senior high school, appropriating funds, therefore, Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to Committees on Basic Education, Culture and Arts, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2365, declaring August 1 of every year a special working holiday to be known as the promulgation of the Solemn Declaration of Philippine Independence, Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to Committee on Culture and the Arts.
2366, declaring September 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in Bukidnon to be known as Araw ng Bukidnon in commemoration of its foundation anniversary, Senator Zubiri.
Refer to Committee on Local Government.
2368, expanding the coverage of espionage, amending for the purpose Commonwealth Act numbers 616 and providing higher penalties for violations thereof, Senator Estrada.
Refer to Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation.
Committee report number 98, submitted jointly by the Committees on Basic Education, Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means, and Finance, On Senate number 2367 with Senators Gatchalian, Villarc, Revilla Jr., Villanueva, Legarda, Escudero, and Angara as authors. Ensuring that senior high school graduates under the K-12 program are equipped with the knowledge, training, and skills demanded in the labor market, enhancing the employability and competitiveness, creating the Batang Magaling Councils to strengthen multi-stakeholder collaboration and support for their employment, allowing deduction of training expenses incurred for their skills development, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. In recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 2022, Senator Gatchalian, sponsor.
To the calendar for ordinary business. For the additional reference of business, you may proceed.
Additional reference of business messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 1 August 2023, it designated Representatives Dimaporo, Mastura, Dimaporo, Adyong, Balindong, Hataman, and Abalos as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House number 5693 and Senate number 1410.
Referred to Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 26 July 2023, it adopted the House Concurrent Resolution number 16, providing for the legislative calendar for the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines, in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate.
To the archives.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2369, mandating higher accident and life insurance coverage for construction workers and holding contractors liable for workplace accidents, Senator Tulfo.
Referred to Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development.
2370, exempting from the income taxation, the honoraria, allowances, and other financial benefits of teachers rendering service during an election period, Senator Binay.
Referred to Committee on Ways and Means and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation.
2371, designating the second Sunday of September as the National Grandparents' Day and for other purposes, Senator Marcos.
Referred to Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
2372, declaring August 9 of every year as the Philippines-Israel Friendship Day, Senator Ejercito.
Referred to Committees on Rules, on Culture and Arts, and Foreign Relations.
2373, creating the Metro Bataan Development Authority, defining its powers and functions, providing funds therefore, Senator Ejercito.
Referred to Committees on Local Government, Government Corporations, and Public Enterprises and Finance.
2374, prohibiting the online placing of bets for all lotto games and all instant paper games, Senator Tulfo.
Referred to Committees on Ways and Means and Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
2375, exempting motorcycles from the coverage of motor vehicle road users tax, amending for the purpose RA 8794, as amended by RA 11239, Senator Tulfo.
Referred to Committees on Ways and Means and Public Services.
2376, providing for mandatory insurance coverage and benefits for all line workers, Senator Tulfo.
Referred to Committees on Energy and Labor Employment and Human Resource Development.
2377, establishing a framework for blue economy, promoting stewardship and sustainable development of coastal and marine ecosystems and resources, Senator Estrada.
Referred to Committees on Economic Affairs, Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance.
Senate number 2378, amending RA 6938 as amended and for other purposes, Senator Estrada.
Referred to Committees on Cooperatives and Ways and Means.
2379, giving senior citizens a 20% discount on travel tax, further amending for the purpose RA 7432, Senator Estrada.
Referred to Committees on Ways and Means and Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development.
2380, penalizing certain acts in the imposition of excessive placement fees against overseas Filipino workers, Senator Lapid.
Referred to Committees on Migrant Workers.
2381, an act to strengthen human rights education and the system of legal assistance for migrant workers, amending for the purpose Section 23 of RA 8042 as amended, Senator Lapid.
Referred to Committee on Migrant Workers.
2382, providing discount for indigent job applicants in the payment of fees and charges for certain certificates and clearances issued by government agencies for employment applications, Senator Lapid.
Referred to Committees on Labor, Employment, Human Resource Development, and Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development.
2383, providing for protection of the remittances of OFW, Senator Lapid.
Referred to Committees on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies, Migrant Workers, and Ways and Means.
2384, strengthening the rules on the creation, modification, change, and registration of official seals and other heraldic items and devices of government entities, amending RA 8491, Senator Binay.
Referred to Committee on Culture and the Arts.
2385, strengthening the powers and functions of the Intellectual Property Office, amending for the purpose RA 8293, Senator Revilla Jr.
Referred to Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution 719, congratulating the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fourth Watch, on the occasion of its 50th Golden Church Anniversary, Senators Villarc, Go Marcos, and Binay.
Referred to Committee on Rules.
720, congratulating and commending the Philippine Women's National Football Team, also known as the Filipinas, for their phenomenal and historic performance at 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup.
Refer to Committee on Rules.
721, directing the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights to conduct an inquiry on the discovery of severed human body parts in a septic tank at the New Bilibid Prison, with the end view of recommending legislative measures that would ensure the promotion and safeguarding the basic human rights and dignity of every person deprived of liberty. Senator De La Rosa.
Refer to Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Committee reports. Committee Report 99, submitted jointly by the Committees on Ways and Means, Local Government and Finance, Senate number 2386, with Senator Zubiri, Revilla Jr., Cayetano P., Estrada, Villanueva, and Gatchalian as authors. An act instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government Finance and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 314, 693, 897, 1018, and 1473. Taking into consideration House number 6558, Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 100, submitted by the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship on Senate number 2387, with Senators Estrada, Villar M., Legarda, and Villanueva as authors. An act providing for the protection of geographical indications for agricultural or natural, unprocessed or wild products, processed products, wines and spirits, or any products of handicraft or industry. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate number 1868, sponsor Senator Angara.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Yes, Senator Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I be recognized for a brief manifestation, Mr. President?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ginoong Pangulo, ang buwan ng Agosto ay itinalagang buwan ng wikang pambansa sa ilalim ng pampanguluhang proklamasyon bilang 1,041 ni dating Pangulong Fidel V. Ramos na inilathala noong 1997. Pinapahayag nito ang taunang pagdiriwang ng buwan ng wikang pambansa tuwing ika-1 hanggang ika-30 ng Agosto. Gayon din sa darating na ika-19 na Agosto ay ang ika-165 kaarawan ng kinikilala natin ama ng wikang pambansa na si dating Pangulong Manuel Luis Quezon. Itinakda rin po ng ating saligang batas sa ilalim ng Artikulo 14, ika-6 na seksyon na ang pambansang wika ng Pilipinas ay Filipino. Sa katunayan, ang tema ng selebrasyon ngayong taon sa pangunguna ng Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino ay Filipino at mga katutubong wika. Wika ng kapayapaan, seguridad at inklusibong pagpapatupad ng katarungang panlipunan. Kaya naman, bilang pakikiisa sa paggunita na mahalagang pagdiriwang na ito, hinihikayat ko po ang ating mga kagalang-galang na kasamahan sa Senado na gamitin ang wikang pambansa sa ating mga talakayan at diskurso dito sa Senado sa buong buwan ng Agosto. Naniniwala po ako na ang munting hakbang ng bulwagang ito ay magkakaroon ng malaking ambag upang higit na mapalapit ang kapulungan sa ating mga kababayan at sa taong bayan na ating pinaglilingkuran. Higit na nakakarami ang maaring makapakinig, makaunawa at aktibong makibahagi sa mga nangyayaring debate at talakayan sa ating mga panukalang batas. Maging sa mga isinagawa nating pagdinig kung ang wikang Filipino ang ating gagamitin. Ginoong Pangulo, inaanyahan ko po ang ating mabutihing kasamahan at kapwa mababatas na makiisa sa pagdiriwang na ito bilang pagpapakita ng ating pagtangkilik, pagpapahalaga at pagmamahal sa ating wikang pambansa na malaking bagay ng ating pagkakalilanlan bilang mga Pilipino. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Bubulot. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Ginoong Pangulo, pwede ho magkaroon ng 1 minutong, ano ba rin sa Tagalog? Ha? Pagpapahinga. If that's
Isang minutong pagpapahinga.
Limitado ba ang ating salita sa wikang Pilipino o pwede bang wikang Bisaya? Kasi yan din po isang wika ng ating bansa.
I would say all of the above, Mr. President.
Hindi Tagalog yun.
Lahat po ng nasa itaas, Ginoong Pangulo.
Hanggang pababa.
Mula
Okay.
itaas hanggang ibaba. Ginoong Pangulo,
Okay, magiging-
manifestasyon po at ng kagalang-galang na Senador Jinggoy Estrada ay malugod na naming inilalagak sa komite ng mga tuntunin, Ginoong Pangulo, na pinamumunuan ng inyong lingkod.
Kung walang objeksyon ang ating majority leader, yan ay itutupad ng Senado. Hingi po ako ng paumanin sa aking mga kasamahan dahil hindi po ako magaling mag-Tagalog sa Bisaya, Tinagalog. Kami po ay Bisaya, kaya gagawin po namin lahat ng aming kaya na makakaya na mag-Tagalog.
Mr. President,
Tuloy po,
at
majority
this
leader.
juncture, sa pagkakataon pong ito, Ginoong Pangulo, nais po nating i-move ang resumption ng konsiderasyon ng Senate Bill number 2034. Ito po ay nasa ilalim ng Committee Report number 62. Ito po yung Reserve Officers Training Corps o ROTC Act. So move, Mr. President.
Wala pong objeksyon sa motion ng ating majority floor leader. Ang motion ay aprobado.
Ginoong Pangulo, ang parliamentary status po ng panukalang batas na ito ay na-sponsoran na po ang panukalang ito at dahil po dyan, nais po nating buksan ang period of interpellation at i-recognize po natin ang sponsor, ang may akda at magdidepensa ng panukalang batas na ito, walang iba kung hindi ang ating kasamahan, Senador Ronald Bato de la Rosa, at para magtanong ng kanyang mga nais malaman tungkol sa panukalang batas na ito, nais po nating i-recognize, Ginoong Pangulo, ang ating kapatid at magiting na senador mula sa Bicol at Nueva Ecija, walang iba kundi si Senador Robin Hood Padilla.
Ikinikilala po natin ang ating ang nag-akda ng panukala, walang iba kundi si Senator Bato de la Rosa at magtanong po at magbigay po ng dagdag ideya sa proposal ay walang iba kundi si Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, mahal na Pangulo at Pangulong Mayorya.
Maraming salamat po sa ating pinunong mayorya at sa ating ginoong tagapangulo na punong-puno po ng tapang, sa ating pong iginagalang na sponsor ng panukalang batas, Senador Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Meron lamang po akong isang probisyon na nais po nating malinawan. Una, gusto ko po munang ilahad kapulungan na ito na ang posisyon ko po talaga, ako po ay naniniwala na nasa saligang batas naman po talaga ang mandatory military service. Pero dahil nagkakaroon po ng mga pagtatalo pa rito, kaya po 100%, 100%, ako po ay nakasuporta dito sa panukalang batas po ninyo na kahit maumpisahan man lamang natin sa ROTC. Ito lang po ang mga tanong ko. Ito po ay patungkol sa Section 4 ng panukalang batas na nagsasaad na dito po, mandatory basic ROTC in higher education institutions and technical vocational institutions. D, mandatory basic ROT program in HEIs and TVIs for all students enrolled in not less than 2-year undergraduate degree, diploma or certification programs in HEIs and TVIs is hereby institutionalized. Maari po ba nating malinawan patungkol sa karaniwang haba o duration ng mga programang inaalok ng TVIs? Ilang taon o buwan po para sa mga nag-aaral sa higher education institutions at ilan naman sa nag-aaral sa technical vocational institutions?
Salamat po aking samahan at kaibigan. Ang sagot po, Ginoong Pangulo, ay wala pong pinag-iba sa higher educational institution at saka sa technical vocational institutions. Ang ROTC mandatory ROTC program po ay nasa sa loob sa 4 na semester or 2 taon.
2 taon. Opo.
So, ang higher educational institution naman ay nag-o-offer ng 4 years na 4-year course. Ang itong TBI ay nag-o-offer din ng 2-year course. So, kapag nasa TBI, walang problema sa higher educational institution. Dito lang tayo ngayon magpupuko sa TVI, Technical and Vocational Institution, kung saan yung mga estudyante na kumukuha ng kurso na less than 2 years, automatic po sila ay exempted. Hindi po sila require na mag-undergo ng mandatory basic ROTC bago sila makagraduate. Pero yung aabot ng 2 years ay sila po nire-require. Dahil nga ang mandatory basic ROTC program ay kinakailangan matapos ito sa loob ng 2 taon or 4 na semester. So, yun po ang ating nire-require. Except doon sa mga less than 2 years sa TVI.
Ginoong Pangulo, gusto ko lamang po ding linawin, yung tungkol po dun sa TVIs, yung po ba ay naangkop sa lahat ng programa ng TESDA?
Yes po. Itong TVI na sinasabi po natin, they are TESDA accredited technical vocational institutions. So pag hindi sila accredited, wala pong paraan na paano natin sila ma-require. Hindi natin sila pwede require. But alam ko po, so far, umalis na lang kasi yung aking advice ay tagapayo sa akin dito na taga-TESDA. Pero ang alam ko po ay halos lahat ng nag-operate ng TVI dito sa ating bansa ay accredited ng TESDA.
Maraming salamat po. Meron po akong pangalawang tanong, Ginoong Pangulo. Ito po ay patungkol sa Section 7 ng Panukalang Batas na nagsasaad na, ito po ang nakasulat, benefits for undergoing basic ROTC program. ROTC cadets are entitled to the following benefits, subject to existing laws and rules on the use and design of military uniform and insignias and provisions of this act. Students undergoing basic ROTC program shall be provided with free 1 set of uniform including combat boots. Maaari po bang malinawan kung kabilang dito ang mga nasa pribadong institusyon kung saan ay ang gobyerno ang magbibigay ng libreng uniforme? Tayo ba ay nagpapataw ng obligasyon sa ating mga pribadong institusyon na magbigay ng libreng uniforme sa kanilang mga kadete? Hindi ba po ito ikalulugi o baka naman ipasa lang nila ang karagdagang gastos sa mga estudyante sa pamamagitan ng pagtaas ng school fees?
Salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa paghahanap ng kalinawan patungkol sa provision na iyan. Gusto lang po nating malinawan yung ating mga kababayan na wala pong distinction between public and private school students. Lahat po ng membro, lahat po ng estudyante, mapapribadong eskwelahan o mapaprivate na, mapapublikong paaralan ng kolehiyo, sila po ay bibigyan natin ng libreng uniforme kasama na po ang combat boots. Hindi po pwedeng ang eskwelahan ang mag-shoulder sa gastusin sa uniforme. Ito po yung sinama natin sa provision na ito. Lahat po ng estudyante na papasok ng college, yung first year students, yun po ay bibigyan natin ng one set of uniform. At itong uniforme na ito ay gagamitin nila sa buong programa ng ROTC sa 2 taon nilang pagtitraining sa basic ROTC program. So, yun po.
Meron lang po akong follow-up sunod na tanong doon. Ginoong Pangulo, makakasigurado po ba tayo na alam naman po natin na merong kakaibang kakayahan ang mga nasa pribadong paaralan? Yung pong halimbawa, yung combat boots na ibibigay ng ating gobyerno, hindi nila magustuhan. Bibili sila ng sarili nilang combat boots. Pwede pa po ba yun? Allowed ba yun? Halimbawa, ibang combat boots, alam naman natin.
Depende na yan sa huhusga ng implementors ng ROTC program kung yung bibilhin nila na bagong combat boots ay hindi ba nakakasira sa standard na minimaintain ng isang ROTC unit. Siguro kung mas mahal, mas maganda, pero hindi gaanong paano ko ba
Magkaroon ng diskriminasyon po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Oo, hindi gaanong nakikita ang diferensya, pero yung mamahalin na combat boots ay komportable siya, maganda yung fit sa kanyang paa, siguro mabigyan niya ng weight ng mga implementors ng programang ito. Ang problema lang kasi kapag inaiba ang kulay, naiba ang size, kung pag combat boots sinabi, ganito kahaba yung boots niya, yung bibilihin mong na mas mahal, mas matangkad, mas mahaba, so baka hindi maganda tingnan sa formation. So, depende na po yan sa mag-implementa ng batas. Kagaya ng dati, kahit na walang libreng combat boots, ang ROTC program noon na kung saan kinabibilangan ko nung aking panahon, tayo po'y libreng manghiram ng combat boots kahit saan-saan, provided hindi ang kulay niya ay itim, ito ay balat or leather, at talagang combat boots ang dating. Hindi riding boots, hindi dancing boots, hindi cowboy boots. Basta combat boots according to military specs, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat po. Bilang panghuling tanong po, Ginoong Tagapangulo, magkano po ba ang halagang gugugulin natin para sa panukalang batas na ito?
Ano? Saan to? Yo. Saan? Yung talaga.
Ay, abe. Akala mo.
Saan dito?
Sorry, boss.
Kasi, Ginoong Pangulo, ang implementasyon po ng ROTC program ay phase by phase. Pacing, hindi po
Isang bagsak.
isang bagsak. Gagawa tayo ng tawag ng term natin, yung pilot program kung saan hindi po lahat kaagad ang mag-implementar dahil hindi pa ready yung ibang eskwelahan. So, ginagawa natin na pacing sa, kumbaga, kapag ito'y ma-implement, first year of implementation niya ay by year 2024, by year 2023, ang magiging halaga is 5.2 million. Then sa 2004, magiging 4.8 billion. Sa 2024, phase 3, third quarter, 5.5 billion. 2025, phase 4 ay 8.0 billion. So yun ang magiging annual cost is 8.0 billion yung annual cost sa initial implementation.
Mahal na Pangulo, kung pakikinggan po natin, parang sa pandinig ay napakalaking halaga. Pero kung sa katunayan po, mahal na Pangulo, kailangan po natin ng masugid na pagpapatupad ng panukalang batas na ito sapagkat sa akin pong pananaw ay mainam po itong investment. Ito po ay para sa ating mga kabataan at sa bansa, lalo na po sa panahon ngayon na tayo po ay nasa alanganing mga usapin katulad po ng soberenya at ang pambansang seguridad. Kaya muli, ako po ay nagbibigay ng aking 100% na suporta dito sa panukala na ito. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapangulo at Ginoong Pinunong Mayorya at sa atin pong sponsor ng panukala na ito. Mabuhay po. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po sa ating
Maraming salamat sa ating kapatid na ating, Nueva Ecija at adopted son, anak ng Mindanao.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2034. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority leader, motion is approved.
Ilang muna tayo.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 100 on Senate Bill number 2387. This bill pertains to Protected Geographical Indications Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2387 under Committee Report number 100. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act providing for the protection of geographical indications for agricultural or natural, unprocessed or wild products, processed products, wines and spirits, or any products of handicraft or industry.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the finance chairperson of the Senate, no other than Senator Sani Angara, to deliver the sponsorship speech. He is also the chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, Mr. President. The subcommittee, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you.
There being no objection to the motion, we recognize a distinguished colleague from the eastern side of the Philippines, from the great province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear Majority Leader, distinguished colleagues, bilang chairperson po ng Subcommittee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship sa ilalim po ng liderato ng ating chairperson, Senator Mark Villar, taas noo kaming tumatayo ngayon para ihain sa bulwagang ito ang Committee Report 100 hinggil sa Senate Bill 2387 o ang tinatawag na Protected Geographical Indications Act. Ang panukalang batas ay akda ng inyong lingkod, ng chairman ng ating Mother Committee na si Senator Mark Villar at ni Majority Floor Leader Senator Joel Villanueva at ni Senate President Pro Tempore Loren Legarda. Kawangis ito ng panukalang House Bill 531 na inihain ni Bataan Province 1st District Representative Geraldine Roman At nagpapasalamat din po tayo kay Representative Mario Vittorio Marvi Marino, ang chairman ng House Committee on Trade na naghain din ng counterpart measure House Bill 8657. Mr. President, bilang mga Pilipino, kilalang kilala natin at madalas ipinagmamalaki ang napakadaming produkto na nagbunga mula sa sikap ng ating mga kababayan. Mga pagkain, damit o ano paman, gawang tao na totoong matatawag nating tatak Pinoy. Kasama po dito ang kapeng barako, puto kalasyaw, bunwan bangus, Ilocos empanada, pili ng Bicol o ang asin tibuok ng Bohol, ang inabel ng Ilocos, ang tinalak ng mga tiboli sa South Cotabato, ang yakan cloth ng Zamboanga at Basilan, ang hablon ng Iloilo, ang pinya weaving ng Aklan at ang sabutan ng Aurora, ang sapatos ng Marikina, ang tsinelas at sandalyas ng Liliw, Laguna, ang mga wood carvers ng Paete, mga banga, paso at ibang terracotta pottery ng Tiwi, Albay, pati na rin po ang mga balisong ng Taal, Batangas at ang mga kutsilyo, gunting, labaha at iba pang mga patalim na mga panday ng Tabaco City, Albay. Bawat sulok ng bansa, tiyak na meron silang produkto may pagmamalaki ni hindi lamang sa kapwa Pilipino, pati na rin sa buong mundo, Mr. President. Napakaganda, dekalidad, at tunay na natatangi ang mga ito. Kung kaya't idinidikit natin sa kanilang pangalan ang lugar o lunan ng kanilang pinanggalingan. At minsan dahil dito, pwedeng presyohan ang mga produktong ito ng mas mataas kumpara sa mga nakikita sa regular na merkado. Ngunit hanggang ngayon, Ginoong Presidente, wala po tayong mabisang sistema o polisiya para masigurado na kapag sinabing galing sa isang lugar ang isang produkto, tunay nga itong nanggagaling doon. Walang epektibong mekanismo para mapigilan ng kahit sino man na manlinlang at manloko para lang makabenta sila sa mas mataas na presyo. Walang mabilis na paraan para protektahan ang mga magsasaka, sastre, manghahabi, sapatero, panday at artesano na simpleng naghahanap buhay lamang po. Mr. President, this is a gap in our policies that the proposed measure seeks to fill. By establishing a framework for protecting so-called geographical indications, or GI for short, we ensure that when a product is sold in the market, under the notion that it is of a specific provenance, or comes from a specific place, or is grown or made by a specific group of people, such claims are authentic and verifiable. What are GIs? Geographical indications are a form of intellectual property and refer to any outward sign or mark that identifies a good or a product as originating from a specific territory or locality, and hence as having a specific quality, reputation, or characteristic. If we think of how products that say made in Japan or made in Germany are regarded as thought of as having superior quality, and hence are able to command higher prices in the market. Our bill basically makes sure that when a product conveys that it is made or grown from a specific place, it really is made or grown from that specific place. During one of our Tatak Pinoy hearings these past few weeks, Mr. President, the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, or IPOPHIL, explained that there were broad benefits to having a system for protecting and encouraging GIs. First, GIs are believed to have economic benefits. Various studies have shown that when producers utilize GIs or similar quality certification schemes, they are able to capture a price premium for these products. For example, a 2004 white paper from the EU, or the European Union, highlighted that at the time, French origin labeled cheeses earned an average 2 euros per kilo more than those that were not origin labeled. The same paper highlighted that French poulet de braise, or white breast chicken, garnered a market price of up to 4 times larger than the regular French chicken. Such a price premium appears to persist up to today. A 2018 study estimated that French producers who sell quality or point of origin labeled cheese and cream products are able to increase their price by 11.5% on average. Meanwhile, another 2020 study calculated that French wine producers who use GI, or geographical indications, earn nearly 158,000 euros more than their counterparts who do not use GIs, while olives specialists who adopt GI labeling receive 63,000 euros more than the non-adopters. So aside from price premiums, Mr. President, GIs are also believed to encourage tourism in certain areas. This is especially true with the emergence of what various studies describe as gastronomy or food tourism, where local foods and local products have themselves become the main attraction or draw for tourists to visit a certain country or locality. Aside from the economic benefits, the IPOFIL explained that there were also social benefits to GIs. The generation of employment in a locality, and in turn, the prevention of a rural exodus where the best craftsmen or most skilled farmers leave their hometowns for jobs elsewhere. There are also cultural benefits to these indications, given that they create an entire ecosystem around preserving and highlighting the heritage and identity imbued in traditional products. Also, environmental benefits, as they can help preserve the biodiversity and landscape of a certain destination. Nainganyo kami sa karanasan ng ibang bansa, Mr. President, kasama ang mga kapitbahay natin dito sa ASEAN noong nagtagumpay sila gamit ang GI. Isang halimbawa ay ang Cambodia at ang produktong kampot pepper na dating kilala bilang Indo-Chinese pepper. Ang kampot pepper raw ang pinakamasarap na paminta sa buong mundo na ginagamit sa mga malinamnam na putahe tulad ng kampot pepper crab at hinahalo sa mga inumin tulad ng samay ram at kakaibang panghimagas tulad ng toak chocolate. Siya raw ang champagne of peppers. Kaya pwedeng umabot sa $100 kada kilo ang bentahan nito sa mga online markets. Kung farm gate prices ang usapan, ang presyo raw ay $15 kada kilo ng black pepper, $25 para sa red pepper, at $28 para sa white pepper. Dito sa Pilipinas, ang isang kilo ng mga peppercorns ay nabebenta sa 250 pesos hanggang 350 pesos po lamang. Sinasabi na nakukuha ng kampot pepper ang kanyang kakaibang katangian mula sa balanseng klima ng probinsya ng Kampot at ng mataas na quartz at mineral content sa Elephant Mountains kung saan tinatanim ang mga ito. Bukod dito, mula noong ika-13 siglo pa raw nagtatanim ang mga Khmer ng kampot pepper sa Cambodia at naipasa ang kalaman na ito sa mga sumusunod na henerasyon. Noong 2010, niregister ng Ministry of Commerce ng Cambodia ang kampot pepper bilang isang GI sa bansa at sa EU naman noong 2016. Mga miyembro lamang ng Kampot Pepper Promotion Association ang pwedeng magtanim at magbenta nitong produkto. At para manatiling miyembro nitong KPPA or asosasyon at lehitimong magamit ang GI ng kampot pepper, kailangan sumunod ang mga nagtatanim sa lahat ng requirements tulad ng mga para sa traceability, sa harvest at post-harvest facilities. Malaki po ang naitulong ng pagkakaroon ng GI sa tagumpay ng Cambodia nang dahil sa kampot pepper. Noong 2011, isang taon pagkatapos marehistro ang GI para sa kampot pepper, nakapag-export ang Cambodia ng $1.3 million ng pepper o paminta. At noong 2021, umabot na po sa $29 million ang in-export ng pepper ng Cambodia. Mahalagang ipunto na bago pang narehistro ng Cambodia ang GI ng kampot pepper, piling-pili ang nagtatanim ng paminta. Pero noong nakita ng mga magsasaka na maganda ang kita sa kampot pepper, unti-unti silang bumalik sa kanayunan at nagtanim. Ngayon, umaabot na raw sa 400 na farmers group ang kasama sa KPPA or Kampot Pepper Association. Hindi lang sa tanim o sa pagkain maaaring gamitin ang GI, pwedeng itong idikit sa anumang gawang tao tulad ng tela o damit. Halimbawa po dito ang Famay Yokdok Brocade Silk na kilalang galing sa probinsya ng Lamphun sa Thailand. Yung brocade silk mula sa Lamphun daw ang pinakamaganda at pinakapino, kaya naibebenta ito sa mas mataas na presyo. Halos 50%, Mr. President, daw ang agwat sa presyo. Ngunit naging talamak ang pangungopya at pamimirata nito at nadagsahan sa merkado ang mga fake at mas mura. Naibsan ang pamimiratang ito nung nirehistro ng gobyerno ng Thailand ang GI para sa Lamphun brocade silk noong taong 2007. Mula noon, hindi pwede sabihin na talagang Lamphun silk ang binibenta ng isang tindahan kung wala itong official seal o marka na galing sa gobyerno ng Thailand. At ngayon po, tanyag sa buong mundo ang Lamphun silk. Lalo na't sinuot ito ni Lisa ng K-pop group na Blackpink sa isang music video nila. Siyempre, tumitingin rin po tayo sa EU o European Union dahil marahil sila ang nauna sa paggamit ng GI bilang isang mekanismo at polisiya para makatulong sa kaunlaran ng kanilang ekonomiya. Ayon nga sa isang pag-aaral ng European Commission, noong 2020, umabot sa 75 billion euro ang kita o sales revenue ng mga pagkain, inumin o tanim na may GI. At 20% raw ng halaga na ito ay mga exports ng EU sa ibang bansa. Sakop po ng pag-aaral na ito ang higit sa 3,200 na produktong galing sa 28 na miyembro ng EU, member countries ng EU na nakaregister na may GI sa katapusan ng 2017. Kasama po dito ang mga produktong tulad ng mga kesong Gruyere, Emmental, Roquefort at Comte, mga alak tulad ng cognac at champagne, mga prutas tulad ng Valencia oranges at mga karne tulad ng hamon serrano. Nakita rin ng pag-aaral na ito na kalimitan halos doble ang sales value ng mga produktong may GI kumpara sa mga kawangis na produkto na walang nakadikit na GI. So learning about the successes of GIs in other countries is partly what prompted us to file the measure we are sponsoring today, Mr. President, and with the enactment of our proposal, a scheme for the protection, development, and encouragement of geographical indications shall be established. And through such scheme, the state shall endeavor to help producers secure fairer returns for the quality and uniqueness of their products, protect the intellectual property embedded within the GI, provide clear information to consumers on the value-adding attributes of the covered product, manage the system for registering GIs, and prevent any unfair or anti-competitive practices that may devalue the products or work covered by the GI, among many others. That is in Section 4, Mr. President. And our measure specifically lays out that the director of the Bureau of Trademarks under the IPOFIL shall act as the registrar of geographical indications and thus possess the authority to approve applications for GI registration. A register of protected GI shall also be developed and maintained to contain the relevant information of all registered GIs. Should there be any opposition to any application for GI registration, the Bureau of Legal Affairs of the IPOFIL shall have the authority to adjudicate on such matters. The Bureau shall also be in charge of responding to complaints, infringement, or violations of the proposed law. The measure also outlines that aside from the IPOFIL, several government agencies, including the DA, the DTI, the DOST, the DNR, the NCCA, the NCIP, the CDA, and even the relevant local government units shall collaborate to support and encourage the development of domestic products that are worth receiving a GI. These agencies may also conduct capacity building and research and development activities, such as the formulation of manual of specifications, branding, packaging, and marketing of the GI protected product. This measure would reaffirm or would affirm our compliance with the Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, or TRIPS for short, which we were signatory to since January 1995. While our present intellectual property code already provides for protections of geographical indications, there are several gaps that our measure will bridge. Unlike the IP code and its existing rules, our proposed measure provides for penalties against GI infringement and protects GI products against unfair competition. It also considers any form of violation of the protected GI as an offense against the economic interest of the state. What we aim to achieve is the enactment of a sui generis or unique legal system for protecting geographical indications, one that is specific to our context and harmonized with our existing laws. Mahalagang ipunto, Mr. President, na noong nakarang Oktubre, ipinatupad ng IPOFIL ang rules and regulations nito para sa pagrehistro ng mga GI. At dahil dito, opisyal na nabigyan ang pinakaunang GI sa Pilipinas, ang Guimaras Mangoes. Noong May 13, 2023, inaprubahan ng Bureau of Trademarks ng IPOFIL ang application ng Guimaras Mango Growers and Producers Development Cooperative or GMG PDC para mahirehistro ang GI ng Guimaras Mangoes. Noong 2017, ang farm gate price ng Guimaras Mangoes ay 25 pesos kada kilo. Ngayong 2023, tumaas ito from 80 pesos up to 150 pesos per kilo. Bagaman, wala pa daw sa Pilipinas ang na-accredit para mag-export ng mangga, nakapagpadala na ng initial shipment sa Switzerland sa tulong ng GI. Palalawigin ng ating panukalang batas, Mr. President, ang kasalukuyang patakaran para sa pagrehistro ng GI. At sana, kapag naisabatas na ito, mas maraming produkto ang maaring sa ilalim ng programang ito. Maisama sa programang ito. Ayon sa IPOFIL, ang mga sumusunod na 29 na produkto ang may malaking potensyal para mabigyan ng GI. Ang tinalak ng Lake Cebu, Davao Pomelo, Bicol Pili, Batangas Baraco, Bunuan Bangus, Aklan Piña Cloth, Burdang Lumban, Cebu Dried Mangoes, Heirloom Rice ng Cordillera, Kalinga Coffee, Pagtason Loom ng Antique, Yakan Cloth ng Zamboanga at Basilan, Sabutan Weave ng Aurora, Camiguin Lanzones, Davao Cacao, Bohol Ube Kinampay, Asin Tibuok ng Albuquerque Bohol, Basay Banig ng Samar, Buhi Weave ng Camarines Sur, Masbate Beef at Milagros Carmelado ng Masbate, Laguna Coffee, Liliw Footwear, Paete Wood Carvings, Benguet Strawberries, Benguet Cacao, Tuburan Coffee, Kalawan Pineapple, at Lambanog ng Quezon, Batangas at Laguna. Mr. President, we dream for the Philippines to one day have as diverse, as highly sought after, and as popular a product export list as what the European Union has. Pushing for this measure is but one of the many steps needed to realize this ambition of having more Tatak Pinoy products sold and patronized around the world. And that's why we appeal to our colleagues in the Senate that we all act to approve this very vital measure and help our producers all over the country. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Yeah.
So yan ang ibig sabihin po ng GI, hindi genuine Ilonggo or genuine Ilocano. Iba pala. Ang ibig sabihin nun. Geographic, Geographic indication.
Indications Act, Mr. President. Mr. President, this representation together with our Senate President Pro Tempore also co-authored the measure, Mr. President, filed this measure, Mr. President. And that's why may I just put into the records, Mr. President, that the co-sponsorship speech of Senator Lauren Legarda be inserted into the records.
Yes, we take note of the motion.
Mr. President, may I just be allowed to be acknowledged and be allowed to just say a few words about this measure,
Yes,
Mr.
the
President?
majority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, it is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2387 under Committee Report number 100, or the Protected Geographical Indications Act. We'd like to thank and commend the sponsor of the measure, the extra hardworking senator of this August chamber, Senator Sani Angara, for pushing for this measure, because he walked the extra mile, Mr. President, for this measure. This representation, Mr. President, is a proud product of the great province of Bulacan, known as the Northern Gateway from Manila. Ilan po sa aming mga ipinagmamalaking produkto ng aming mahal na lalawigan ay yung pong marble at marbleized limestone. Paputok o yung pyrotechnics, Mr. President, Bukawi po yan. Chicharon, butcheron na paborito ng ating mga colleagues dito sa Senado, at tuwing nagdadala po ako dito, mabilis pa sa alas 4 na uubos ang butcheron. Leather, furniture, sweets, at native delicacies. Mr. President, through this measure, a scheme for protected geographical indications would be established, which identifies a good as originating in a specific geographical area and processing a given quality, reputation, or other characteristic that is essentially attributable to that geographic specific origin. Layunin po, Ginoong Pangulo, ng panukalang batas na ito na protektahan ang ating mga local producers at ang kanilang mga dekalidad na produkto, pati na din ang mga consumer laban sa mga peke at substandard na mga bilihin. In October 2022, Mr. President, the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, or IPOFIL, released the rules and regulations on geographical indications aimed at fulfilling the recognition of GIs as protectable intellectual property under the IP Code of 1997. Just this May, Mr. President, just this May, the IPOFIL granted the country's first ever registered GI to Guimaras mangoes, and the good gentleman from Aurora explicitly explained, Mr. President, na yung pong GI seal would most definitely help in increasing the farm gate price of Guimaras mangoes. And this resulted in additional income for our farmers, Mr. President. According to Guimaras Mango Growers and Producers Development Cooperative, their product alone was already averaging 200 pesos per kilo in 2022, Mr. President. It's a huge increase, as mentioned by Senator Angara, from a secured collective mark in 2017 na 20 pesos to 50 pesos only, Mr. President. Umaasa po tayo, Ginoong Pangulo, na sa tulong po ng GI seal ay mas lalaki pa po ang merkado para sa Guimaras mangoes at tataas din po ang kita ng ating mga growers at producers. Mr. President, with the passage of this measure, we will strengthen the protection of GIs in the country by placing safeguards against infringement, pave the way for a stronger consumer confidence in product quality, reinforce competitive advantage and growth of local industries, add more value to our products, enhance market access, generate employment na napakalapit sa ating puso, napakaraming trabaho ang lalo pang maililikha nito, Ginoong Pangulo, and increase revenue generation. Sooner, Mr. President, it is our hope that other quality, high-quality products linked to their geographical origins, such as Baguio strawberry, Kalinga coffee, Aurora sabutan weave, Basilan and Zamboanga's yakan cloth, and Bulacan's butcheron, would follow also, Mr. President, Guimaras mangoes in securing their GI seal and gain global recognition and name recall, much like the world-famous Bordeaux wine, Parmesan cheese, Scotch whiskey, Colombian coffee, and Swiss watches, among others. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat po sa ating butihing kasama, ang sponsor ng measure na ito, Senator Sani Angara, na may sarili din pong tatak ang di matatawarang serbisyo publiko, Alagang Angara. Makakaasa po kayo sa ating buong suporta para sa pagsasabatas ng panukalang ito at muli nananawagan tayo sa ating mga kasama dito sa bulwagang ito na suportahan ang panukalang batas na ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader. Recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Isang mabilis lamang po ito. Gustong-gusto ko po na sana makasama sa panukalang ito sapagkat bilang tagapangulo po ng komite ng cultural minorities, napakasarap pong pakinggan kanina ng talumpati ng ating ginagalang at minamahal na Senador Sani Angara ang pagpupugay niya po sa mga produkto ng mga katutubo. Ito po ay isa pong kaligayahan ng marinig. Unang-una para po sa ating mga katutubo na bisita po natin kanina, Ginoong Pangulo, kasama po natin sila. At ang ganitong klaseng panukala na pagbibigay galang po at pagbibigay pagtataas sa kanilang produkto at ginagawa po natin ng lahat para maproteksyonan sila. Ito po ang isang bagay na totoong may kalayaan dito sa ating bayan. At ito po ay isang napakagandang senyales na ang Senado, sa 4 na sulok ng Senado, ay atin pong binibigyan halaga ang produkto, ang imahe, ang katayuan ng ating mga katutubo. Kaya ako po, mahal na Pangulo, isama niyo po ako dito sa panukala nito. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
Salamat,
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
Ginoong
Senator Padilla.
May I also be made
Yes,
permission
Mr. President.
for co-author of the measures.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as Senator Gatchalian and Senator Bong Revilla and Senator Bato de la Rosa. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank
Full
you.
support.
Yes, Mr. President, and let me also mention that we have been strengthening our School of Living Traditions, Mr. President, for our IPs, Mr. President, and the indigenous peoples.
And
Mr.
also, we'd like to invite everyone. There's a nice exhibit led by Senator Padilla in the hallway. Dun po sa malapit sa, which room is that? Padilla room ba yan?
Pamana, Mr. President.
Pamana. Yes, is that the title of the exhibit?
Yes.
Pamana.
Pamana.
Napakaganda. It shows the traditional indigenous dresses and cultural wear, at saka yung pati yung explanation ba't sila ganito, gumagamit ng ganito klaseng suotin. And we thank Senator Padilla for that. And please keep it coming, Senator Padilla. Napakaganda po niyan.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, and to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2387 under Committee Report number 100. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 99 on Senate Bill number 2386. This bill pertains to Real Property Valuation and Assessment Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2386 under Committee Report number 99.
There being no objection, Senate Bill number 2386 is under consideration. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government Finance, and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great city of Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian, chairperson also of the Committee on Ways and Means, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
The distinguished sponsor, or the distinguished chairman rather, of the Committee on Ways and Means to sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to sponsor a landmark piece of legislation with the potential to revolutionize our nation's real estate landscape, the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Reform, or RPVAR Act. Today, we have a remarkable opportunity before us, not only to modernize our processes, but also to reaffirm our commitment to progress, efficiency, and fairness in property valuation. Mr. President, establishing a standard valuation will foster equity as it will facilitate property rights enforcement, resulting in wealth generation by converting and mobilizing lands and other real property units into economic productive use. In the Philippines, our real estate and land-able wealth generation is only at 30.7%, lower than the average of major economies in Southeast Asia with 35%. This gap, when converted into stark financial terms, is substantial, amounting to a wealth gap of staggering $161 billion, equivalent to an impressive 9.01 trillion pesos using the current exchange rate. It is important to note that a 9 trillion worth of real estate and land wealth gap, or dead capital, is needed to become productive assets. Furthermore, the gross value added contribution of real estate and ownership of dwelling in 2022 stands at an impressive 1.25 trillion pesos, equivalent to 5.7% of our GDP as per Philippine Statistics Authority. From an economic perspective, the multiplier effect of real estate investment is compelling. With every peso invested or spent in real estate, the economy yields an output of 1.79 pesos according to the 2018 input-output tables from the PSA. By these figures, Mr. President, it is clear that by adopting a better valuation system, we can work towards ensuring that more people benefit from our land and properties, thus promoting development and boosting wealth for our nation. However, as we delve into its intricacies, we are confronted with the constraints of an outdated and inefficient valuation system, which hinders the realization of the full potential of our most treasured land resources. It is incumbent upon us to address these limitations and unlock the true value of our properties, fostering a stronger, more prosperous future for all. Kaya naman napapanahon ng maisulong natin ang reformang magbibigay daan sa atin upang mas mapadali at mas mapabilis ang pagtukoy sa tunay na halaga ng ating mga lupa sa pamamagitan ng modernong teknolohiya. Higit sa lahat, kinakailangan natin ang reformang nakaayon sa internationally accepted valuation standards upang matiyak natin na tama at patas ang pagsuri sa halaga ng ating mga lupa at iba pang ari-arian. Under Republic Act number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, the responsibility of efficiently administering real property taxes lie with our local governments. However, the current valuation system has resulted in challenges in real property valuation. One of the main challenges we face is the lack of uniform evaluation across various government agencies. Each agency adopts its own systems, methodologies for property valuation, leading to confusion and inefficiencies. In fact, there are 23 government agencies performing their own valuation for various purposes, such as the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Bureau of Local Government Finance, Department of Public Works and Highways, and local government units, among others. This fragmented system not only complicates the process but also inhibits our ability to establish a consistent and equitable standard. A critical consequence of this disjointed approach is the existence of an outdated Schedule of Market Values or SMVs. Ito ay isang dokumento na ginagamit sa valuation ng mga ari-arian at lupa sa Pilipinas. Ang mga lokal na pamalaan ang gumagawa at naglalabas ng SMVs upang malaman ang makatwirang halaga ng mga ari-arian sa kanilang nasasakupan. Shockingly, more than 60% of cities and provinces lack updated SMVs. Among the 81 provinces, a mere 41 provinces have managed to update their SMVs, resulting in a concerning 51% compliance rate for provinces. On the city level, the situation is equally worrisome, with only 49 out of 147 cities having updated SMVs, representing a compliance rate of merely 33% or only one-third of all cities. Drawing on the latest data, as per the Fiscal Risks Statement of Fiscal Year 2020, the estimated revenue loss endured by local government units due to the non-updating of SMVs is around 11.16 billion pesos. Meanwhile, the foregone revenue of the reform is not if Meanwhile, the foregone revenue, if the reform is not implemented, ranges from 18.81 to 37.96 billion pesos based on the preliminary analysis of Bureau of Local Government Finance. Isipin na lang ho natin kung ilang paaralan at hospital ang maaring maitayo natin sa halagang ito para sa ating mga lokal na pamalaan. Furthermore, the absence of a comprehensive and up-to-date electronic database further exacerbates the problem. Citizens are left uninformed about property valuation due to the lack of accessible information. Kaya naman isang malaking katanungan para sa ating property owners kung paano nila mabibenta sa tamang presyo ang kanilang ari-arian kung hindi naman nila alam ang naayon na halaga nito. Tila ba ipinagkakait sa kanila na matamo ang makaturuang halaga ng pinaghirapan nilang mga ari-arian sa merkado kapag ito'y kanilang ibinenta. Bukod dito, ipinagkakait din sa kanila ang pagkakataon na mapalago ang kanilang mga ari-arian at maging mga oportunidad na kaakibat nito. With these pressing issues, there's no doubt that adopting a uniform standard on property assessment is an indispensable component of establishing an effective and efficient real property tax administration in every local government unit. This vital step is essential to ensure a just and equitable real property tax that accurately reflects the value of our properties. Given this context, I stand today to sponsor Senate Bill number 2386, known as the Real Property Valuation Assessment Reform Act, which aims to promote the development and maintenance of a just, equitable, impartial, and nationally consistent real property valuation based on international accepted valuation standards, concept, principles, and practices. This reform goes beyond reshaping bureaucratic structures. It is about illuminating the profound impact of digitalization in reshaping our real property valuation assessment. Allow me to share some of the key objectives that will make this vision a reality. The heart of this reform lies in the digitalization effort through the development of the Real Property Information System with the goal of ensuring the proper and effective implementation of this act. By maintaining an up-to-date electronic database of real property transactions and declarations, we empower our nation with greater transparency and efficiency. We acknowledge that real reform will not be achieved if not implemented by all LGUs.
Thus, the Department of Information and Communications Technology is mandated to provide the necessary equipment, connectivity, and training for a seamless transition to this modernized system. Through this, we strive to bridge the gap and ensure that even the most unprivileged communities benefit from the advantages of technology. Moreover, this bill highlights the proposed change in the methodology of valuation. We envision a unified system, doing away with outdated zonal values and replacing them with a uniform valuation standards. All appraisers and assessors in local government units and other relevant agencies will adopt these standards, leading to a more equitable and accurate valuation process for lands, building machinery, and other real properties. Conforming to internationally accepted principles, this system will ensure that the value of every property is assessed fairly and uniformly, reflecting its true worth and importance to its owners. One of the vital aspects of this reform is the establishment of the central and regional consultative committees. These committees will include representatives from various sectors, allowing for meaningful and inclusive dialogues on real property valuation matters. The Central Consultative Committee will focus on adopting internationally accepted valuation standards, ensuring that our methods align with global best practices. Simultaneously, the Regional Consultative Committee will facilitate discussions on local property market developments, addressing concerns from taxpayers, civil societies, and other stakeholders. By engaging all parties, we can create a more robust and responsive evaluation system. Further, this proposed measure aims to create the Real Property Valuation Service within the Bureau of Local Government Finance, or BLGF. This service will serve as the backbone of our new valuation system, which dedicated personnel both in the BLGF and its regional offices. By evaluating and approving the organizational structure and staffing pattern through the Department of Budget and Management, we ensure that this system will uphold the highest standards of professionalism and civil service. Mr. President, the Real Property Valuation Assessment Reform Act represents a transformative initiative, one that seeks to enhance transparency, fairness, and efficiency in our property valuation process. Tinitiyak din nito na walang lokal na pamahalaan ang mapag-iiwanan. Pantay-pantay na makikinabang, pare-pareho aangat tungo sa kaunlaran. The APREVAR promotes the fiscal autonomy of local government units to provide basic services to their constituency by enhancing their capacity to generate local revenues from real property. The adjustment of SMVs will not lead to an increase in tax obligations. It is important to remember that local government units possess the absolute authority to carefully manage and mitigate any potential tax increase or decrease by flexibly adjusting the tax rate and assessment level, aligning them with their specific budget goals and priorities. Ang panukalang batas na ito ay hindi magpapataw ng mga bagong buwis. Ang pagpapataw at paggalaw ng buwis ay manatiling nasa kamay at pagpapasya ng mga lokal na pamahalaan. At this juncture, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to the authors of this measure, Senate President Juan Miguel Mig Zubiri, Majority Leader Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. for their contributions in drafting this significant piece of legislation. Further, let me acknowledge the active participation of numerous public and private stakeholders following 2 public hearings and 4 technical working group meetings for the Committee on Ways and Means. As the chairman of the committee, I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their invaluable contributions. From the public sector, Department of Finance, Bureau of Local Government Finance, Bureau of Internal Revenue, National Economic and Development Authority, National Tax and Research Center, Department of Public Works and Highways, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, National Privacy Commission, Department of Information and Communication Technology, Department of Interior and Local Government, Public-Private Partnership Center, Land Bank of the Philippines, Development Bank of the Philippines, Central Board of Assessment Appeals, Assessor's Office of the City of Valenzuela, Batangas Provincial Assessor, League of Cities of the Philippines, Philippine Councilors League, Provincial Board Members of the Philippines, League of Municipalities of the Philippines, League of Provinces of the Philippines, Provincial and City Treasurers Association of the Philippines, FIVDEC Industrial Authority, and the Senate Tax Study and Research Office. From the private sector, Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, Philippine Association of Local Treasurers and Assessors, Philippine Association of Assessing Officers Incorporated, Chamber of Real Estate and Builders Association, Action for Economic Reforms, Organization of Social and Economic Housing Developers of the Philippines, Tax Management Association, SM Investment Association, Institute of Philippine Real Estate Appraisers, and Real Estate Brokers Association of the Philippines. Mr. President, the RPVAR Act stands as a beacon of progress, showcasing the transformative power of digitalization in revolutionizing our real property valuation assessment system. Through this measure, we not only pave the way for greater efficiency and accuracy in property valuation, but also extend a helping hand to low-income LGUs, ensuring that they too can reap the benefits of technological advancement. The passage of the Real Property Valuation Assessment Reform Act is not merely a legislative milestone, it is a powerful testament to our commitment to the local government units and the Filipino people. Let us seize this moment and make a real difference in the lives of those we have the privilege to serve. Thank you very much, Mr. President and esteemed college. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I just put into the records the intention of Senator Robin Hood Padilla to be co-author of this measure, Mr. President?
Will you take note of the motion of the majority?
Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, may I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2386 under Committee Report number 99. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 72 on House Bill number 606 pertaining to President Carlos P. Garcia's Confidential Road in Bohol, Committee Report number 73 on House Bill number 6688 pertaining to Ambassador Eduardo Danding Cojuangco Jr. Avenue, Bypass Road in Urdaneta City, Committee Report number 74 on House Bill number 6694 pertaining to Mariano Luch Badelias Senior Bridge in Iligan City, and Committee Report number 75 on House Bill number 7126 pertaining to Speaker Arnulfo Noli Fentebella Highway in Camarines Sur. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the aforementioned bills have been transferred.
Mr.
These are all
President.
bills renaming of roads and highways, yes.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you. With the permission of the body, I also move that we consider House Bill number 606, 6688, 6694, and 7126 as reported out under Committee Report number 72, 73, 74, and 75 respectively. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we recognize the sponsor of all the measures, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The distinguished gentleman from the...
Mr. President.
Oh, yes, Senator Pimentel.
Mr. President, the sponsor will be delivering one sponsorship speech covering 4 House bills on the same topic, renaming highways and roads. So,
Yes, sir.
have we done this before, and do our rules support what we are going to do?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. President.
Actually, we've done this before, Minority Leader, many times in the past. Even as early as when I started as Majority Floor Leader in the 16th, was it the 17th Congress? So, because of the number of local bills, Your Honor, we'll be tackling hundreds of local bills. So as long as it's of the same nature,
Yes.
which is renaming of roads, or if it is conversion of highways, it has to be of the same nature. And I believe this is on the renaming of roads, this
Yes, Mr.
particular
So-
4 bills.
So, Mr. President, we will allow this for the sponsorship stage.
Yes.
And but when we go now to the interpellation and the amendments, we will
It will tackle
tackle
one
them
by one.
individually.
Including approval will be one by one.
Approval. Thank you, Mr. President. We just wanted to make that a record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. I move for the previous question, Mr. President.
We would like to recognize a gentleman from the historic and great province of Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today, Mr. President, to sponsor several bills on road renaming bills. These are, number one, House Bill number 606 under Committee Report 72, or renaming of Bohol Island Circumferential Road as President Carlos P. Garcia Circumferential Road. Number two, House Bill number 6688, taking into consideration Senate Bill numbers 1111 and 1151 under Committee Report 73, or the renaming of Urdaneta City Bypass Road as Ambassador Eduardo Danding Cuangco Jr. Avenue. Number three, House Bill number 6694 under Committee Report 74, the renaming of Tambacan Bridge in the city of Iligan as the Mariano Luch Badelias Senior Bridge. And number four, House Bill number 7126 under Committee Report 75, or the renaming of the national highway stretching from Barangay San Juan Bautista to Barangay Nalayahan in the municipality of Siruma, all in the province of Camarines Sur, as Speaker Arnulfo Noli Fuentabella Highway. What more can we give our community heroes than to immortalize their legacies? This is the primary goal of this road renaming bills, Mr. President. We seek to honor those who were once with us and contributed immensely in our efforts towards nation building. President Carlos P. Garcia hailed from Talibon, Bohol. He was our 8th president and was very well known for his first Filipino policy. Ambassador Eduardo Danding Cuangco Jr. was recognized for his invaluable contributions to our national political and economic development. Attorney Mariano Luch Badelias Sr. was a former mayor of Iligan City and representative of the then First District of Lanao del Norte, Iligan. He greatly contributed to the progress of their city. Speaker Arnulfo Noli Fuentabella had 4 decades of various roles in his prolific public service. He was known as a statesman and an experienced legislator. Your Committee on Public Works has conducted a public hearing on these proposals and has the honor to present to this chamber the said committee reports with utmost request for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 606, 6688, 6694, and 7126. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 77 on House Bill number 1028 pertaining to Sawang Macalas National Road in Romblon, Committee Report number 78 on House Bill number 1029 pertaining to Barangay Tugis to Barangay Tugdan National Road in Romblon, Committee Report number 79 on House Bill number 1030.
Maybe, Majority Leader, you don't need to read the names anymore because that will be read anyway by the...
Yes, Mr. President, and committee report number 80 on House Bill number 1031. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, I move that we consider House Bill numbers 1028, 1029, 1030, and 1031 as reported out under Committee Report numbers 77, 78, 79, and 80 respectively. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to read the short titles of the measure.
House number 1028, converting the Sawang Makalas Road into a national road. House number 1029, converting the road stretching from Barangay Tugis to Barangay Tugdan, Municipality of Alcantara, Romblon into a national road. House Bill number 1030, converting the road stretching from Sitio Boliganay to Sitio Cabaliwan, Municipality of San Agustin, all in the province of Romblon into a national road. House Bill number 1031, converting the Sablayan at Panat Bagakay Road into a national road.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, the sponsor of all the measures, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., to deliver his sponsorship
The
speech.
Chairman of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Bong Revilla, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today, Mr. President, to sponsor several bills on road conversion proposed by our colleagues in the House of Representatives, with some with counterparts bills here in the Senate. These are House Bill number 1028 under Committee Report 77, or the conversion of the Sawang Makalas Road in the Municipality of Romblon, Province of Romblon, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. Number 2, House Bill number 1029 under Committee Report 78, or the conversion of the road stretching from Barangay Tugis, Municipality of Odyongan, to Barangay Tugdan, Municipality of Alcantara, all in the province of Romblon, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. Number 3, House Bill number 1030, in consideration of Senate Bill number 1943 under Committee Report 79, or the conversion of the road stretching from Sitio Boliganay, Barangay Panique, Municipality of Odyongan, to Sitio Cabaliwan, Barangay Batchawan, Municipality of San Agustin, all in the province of Romblon, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. And number 4, House Bill number 1031, in consideration of Senate Bill 1952 under Committee Report 80, or the conversion of the Sablayan Agpanabat Bagakay Road, a section of the Romblon Circumferential Road, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. The aim of this road conversion bills, Mr. President, is mainly to assist our local government in providing the needs of their constituents. In converting these roads, the local government units are unburdened of the responsibility of maintaining these highly useful and valuable roads, so that they can focus their resources more to the needs of their local government, while entrusting to the national government the preservation of these roads, which is their expertise. We're hitting two birds in one stone, Mr. President, so to speak. Your Committee on Public Works has conducted a public hearing on these proposals and has the honor to present to this chamber the said committee reports with the utmost request for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measures, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill numbers 1028, 1029, 1030, and 1031. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 81 on House Bill number 1043. Committee Report number 82 on House Bill number 7234. Committee Report number 83 on House Bill number 7508. And Committee Report number 84 on House Bill number 7577. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we consider House Bill numbers 1043, 7234, 7508, and 7577 as reported out under committee report numbers 81, 82, 83, and 84 respectively. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, the motion is approved. The aforementioned bills are now considered. We ask Secretary to read the short title of the measures.
House number 1043, Negros Occidental District Engineering Office, 1st Legislative District. House number 7234, Cebu 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th District Engineering Offices. House number 7508, Southern Leyte District Engineering Office, 2nd Legislative District. And House number 7577, Zamboanga City Additional District Engineering Office.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., to deliver his sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished Chairman of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Revilla, is recognized once again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to sponsor several bills on district engineering offices proposed by our colleagues in the House of Representatives. These are House Bill number 1043 under Committee Report 81, or the creation of the District Engineering Office, DEO, in the 1st Legislative District of the Province of Negros Occidental. Number 2, House Bill number 7234 under Committee Report 82, or the renumbering the Cebu 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th District Engineering Offices to conform and correspond, respectively, with the numbering of the legislative districts in the province of Cebu. Number 3, House Bill number 7508 under Committee Report 83, or the creation of a DEO in the 2nd Legislative District of the province of Southern Leyte. And number 4, House Bill number 7577 under Committee Report 84, or the creation of a separate DEO in the 2nd Legislative District of Zamboanga City. In creating this district engineering offices, we are likewise empowering our LGUs so that they would be able to address exigencies of infrastructure in their respective localities. Inaalalayan natin sila habang tinatahak nila ang bawat hakbang tungo sa paghahatid ng pangangailangan ng kanilang mga nasasakupan. This will make services accessible to the localities. Ito ang magiging tulay nila upang matamasa ang kanilang mga dihikain at pangarap na maaari lamang maisakatuparan sa pamamagitan ng mga makabuluhang proyektong pang-infrastruktura. Your Committee on Public Works has conducted a public hearing on these proposals and has the honor to present to this chamber the said committee reports with the utmost request for your favorable consideration. Our kababayans in Negros Occidental, Cebu, Southern Leyte, and Zamboanga City will greatly benefit from these proposals. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bong Revilla.
Thank you very much,
To
sponsor.
allow our colleagues to further study the measures, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill numbers 1043, 7234, 7508, and 7577. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, August 8, 2023.
There being no objection to the motion, hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, August 8, 2023. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President.